So the prognosis isn't too positive in that regard, but he remains a fine player. And he's already beaten one of the leading women players in the game this season. In qualifying for the Wuhan Open, he overcame Rhiannon Evans 5-4 and showed a lot of character to do so, actually. He led 3-0 in that match. Rhiannon fought back to level it up, but Hamilton made a 114 break in the decider. That after losing the 8th on the black.
Yeah, very experienced campaigner, Andy Hamilton. A lot of years on the tour, but he certainly won't be happy with that. It's always a little bit dangerous when you play a shot like this. You're splitting up the pack. But as you saw, the red come off the pack down towards his left corner pocket. Left a possible start here for Mink. Oh, didn't want that little kiss on the red. It just stopped the path of the cue ball going up for the blue. She's not on the black, not on the pink, so he's going to have to take blue or green here to keep the break going. Big shot, pressure on it. Difficult shot so early in the match. But if she gets it, well, there's plenty there waiting for her. Oh, what a shot. That is quality. Excellent. And that will give her great confidence. Have a look at how well she cued this. Stayed so still on the shot.
The blue, Ken, was reminiscent of a shot she played in a very important clearance when she partnered Neil Robertson to glory in the World Mixed Doubles.
Could be so disappointed after getting such a wonderful blue. Gave herself a good opportunity to knock a few points on the board, but that missed black now. Was handed the opportunity to Anthony Hamilton. It's always been a lovely cue, so we'll get a little bit of an example of his nice, easy flowing cue action.
Nicknamed the Sheriff of Pottingham, as Radzi said, also the Robin Hood of snooker. And I think the last one might apply a little more these days because he's, after spending a lot of his time in London, has moved back to Nottingham, his hometown.
Yeah, actually, I remember him moving down from Nottingham all those years ago. Down to London. First stayed around Muswell Hill area. Came to play in my old club in Ilford Snooker Centre, where Ronnie O'Sullivan used to play, and a host of other players. And he was a resident there after I moved back to Dublin. But yeah, known him so long, even from the amateur. I mean, you'll remember him from the amateur days. He was such a prolific winner. Only one ranking tournament though in his career, that German Masters that you mentioned. I remember he lost in the final of the British Open to Fergal O'Brien a long time ago, but always nice to watch Anthony Hamilton.
Well, we talked about his nicknames. A lot of his practice partners used a different one, the Machine, because in practice, simply mind-boggling at times.
if that one has gone wrong. He's still got a red into the left centre. A little bit more difficult than he would have liked. He's got 2 reds, but this one that's nearest, how does he get on a colour here? Lots of check side, and he's played that beautifully.
Professional now for 33 years. He turned 53 years of age in June. And we can't overemphasize just how important this match is for him. He's currently 61st in the world. The top 64 at the end of the season retain their tour cards. And if he were to win today, he'd be on £7,000, which increases the buffer zone for him over those giving chase.
Yeah, that's a bit of pressure, doesn't it, to the situation. Of course, with his ailments of his eye and his back and his neck, that's certainly not going to help. But he is a diligent practicer. He works hard, he plays a lot. And when he's on form, well, he can be a match for anybody. Get a little chance of having a look at his cue action here. Now watch the back arm, nice and straight, perpendicular, but look at the nice easy flowing style, what we call those few little waggles on the backstroke, but it's nice and flowing, isn't it? It's not rigid, it gets a nice speed and gets a nice action on the cue ball, Phil.
Yes, in his formative years when he was one of the game's leading amateurs, he was coached by Frank Callan. Frank is no longer with us, but one of the game's great coaches who helped the likes of Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry, and I think most famously, Doug Mountjoy. Mountjoy team was coming to the end of his career. It was 1988. He was 46 years of age. Back then, that was considered a very advanced age for professional snooker. But he went to see Frank, and Mr. Callan resurrected him in terms of being an effective snooker player. He won the UK Championship in '88 and the Mercantile Credit Classic in the January of the following year, beating, by the way, in the UK Championship final, Stephen Hendry, making 3 consecutive centuries.
Yeah, and you could tell, even the way Doug Mountjoy played, he played with a very similar sort of cue action to Anthony Hamilton, Frank Callan way. What a character he was, Frank Callan. Some great times with him in my sort of early years as a professional when he was on the tour and travelling around with Stephen Hendry at the time. Great character. And he left a great mark in the game from a coaching perspective. Very well respected.
Yeah, and funnily enough, another of his clients was, for many, many years, the top woman player in the game, Alison Fisher. Who, by the way, last weekend won yet another big pool event, televised pool event in the States. She's 55 now, Alison, and remains absolutely at the top of the game.
hasn't been many red blacks in this little break. He's had to use most of the colours on offer. I think the only colour he hasn't potted is maybe the green, but it's been a decent break so far. It's gone slightly wrong. He's going to have to use the rest here. Just asking the referee about the scoreboard. He's going to need this red and indeed a colour to secure the frame. Yeah, safely in. Yeah, 47 ahead. Still 51 on the table, so this black, and he's certainly nice. Like to finish off the frame in this visit. For a man who's had problems with his eyes and an operation on his eyes, it's not a bad start. He looks pretty good. Yeah, nice little shot there, putting the brown into the middle pocket, disturbing the two reds, bringing them into play now. I'm sure he'd like to stay on, try and make a century here. Plenty of points to work with, even if he does take the brown here. Green may be the more difficult ball, but it would be nice to start with a century.
No stranger to that. It would be his 326th in professional competition. Form is temporary, class is permanent, and Hamilton over the years has been a classy campaigner. No century, the break ends at 78. But there, the man they call the Sheriff laid down the law. It's a very pleasing start to report for Anthony Hamilton. A break of 78 gave him the first frame from Mink Nutcharut. All of the matches today, as was the case yesterday, a race to 4. Other scores so far. Michael Holt has taken the first frame from Liu Hongyu. Ashley Carty 1-0 up on Chris Totten, and it's 1-0 for Rory Thor over Hamed Mir. The other matches out there remain in the opening frame.
great opener. A little bit unlucky. Could have been nicer where the cue ball finished. And does she take this black on into the right centre and try and get on that red? Well, it's just right of the black spot. It'll be very ambitious. No, just played for the points, but good pot.
Even though she's only 24 years of age, Mink has been playing snooker for quite some time. The story was her mother was a cashier in a snooker club, and she started playing the game, did Mink, when she was 10 years old.
She's certainly cashing in at the moment, Phil. She's doing well so far this year. But I do like her style. I mean, we'll get a little look at her throughout this match, but I think all her technique, you know, her the way she keeps her head nice and straight, nice and still on the cue. She's got a good cue action. She's got all the real good attributes of a snooker player.
Her season started at the Championship League, and she gained a couple of notable draws against Zhou Yulong and Fan Zhengyi. Didn't progress out of the group, though. And then in the qualifying matches in Leicester recently, 3 tournaments played there, she did not have the best of time. Actually, she lost in the first round of all 3 events, losing 14 frames, winning just 1.
That's a misjudgment.
Hamilton asked the referee, Micah Kessler, to have a word with someone. Tell you what, Ken, that was a better shot than it looked. Had to play that with pace across the top cushion for position because he couldn't gain position on the black. I thought that was a fine effort.
Yeah, he's actually, I think, trying to get on the blue so he could smash the pack on his next shot, but cue ball has travelled that little bit farther than he would have liked. Now he could play the brown here off maybe 3 or 4 cushions, get on one of these reds, just into this left corner pocket, just left of the black there. Well, he's going to try and get on this one just to the right of the black spot, but still it's up. Could have done with a little bit more pace. He may have to play a cannon now on the red to the left of the black to try hold. See, could have done with the cue ball travelling another 6 or 8 inches at least, so he's got to judge the cannon and the pot. Yeah. It wasn't straightforward. End of break.
In the latter portion of his career, Hamilton's become known as something of a slow player, And I think that is true when it comes to being involved in tactical frames. But as we saw in the first frame, when he's in the balls, you can never describe him as slow.
Yeah, I'm not too sure of his average shot time. Well, certainly in that first frame, it was relatively quick. Bit of a cat and mouse game here, trying to hide that cue ball in behind the black. Excellent shot. Very well played. He's not going to gain much of an advantage here because Anthony will just come off this right hand side cushion, just nestle into the pack. So unless those reds are open, there's going to be a bit of to and fro here. Now, has he left a touching ball? No.
Official head-to-head wise, this is their first meeting, although they have crossed cues in the shootout last season. We don't count that on the head-to-head for obvious reasons. For what it's worth, which is nothing basically, Hamilton beat Mink 54 points to 5. But I don't think you can gain anything from what happens in 10 minutes of snooker, Ken.
Yeah, I think Sean Murphy will have something to say about that when he made that magical 147 in the shootout.
Yeah, that was exceptional.
Yeah, head-to-heads. But yeah, I think you're right. So we need these, both players would love to have these reds just nice and loose. And then it sort of opens up the frame that little bit more. We saw Anthony in the very first frame actually screwing into the pack and trying to open the reds, and left the red. This time he's playing this red and trying to leave the cue ball in the bulk area, so it might change the dynamics of the frame now.
Simon Blackwell, who beat Rhian Evans 4-0 yesterday, has taken the first frame from Xing Zihao. And Ashley Carty from South Yorkshire is 2-0 up on Chris Totten of Scotland.
Just as you were talking about, this is situations now where Anthony takes his time a little bit more. And hence why probably his average shot time goes up a little bit, even though you saw in that first frame how fluent he was. Straightforward shot would just be to roll into the pack here. He's afraid of rolling down to the bulk area and leaving a long red. take this red on into the green pocket. No, we've got to avoid the double kiss, and he has done. So it's worked out okay.
Now a shot to nothing has been left here. The traditional shot to nothing is clipping off a red and returning to baulk just in case. This one is the opposite, it's screwing back towards the top cushion. But if this goes in, it could lead to a nice few points.
And it might be a shot to something now. Good opening red. Thought he had enough angle on the black to try and split up the reds. Didn't have to go into the pack on that occasion, but he needed a lot of power and accuracy to that corner pocket. So what has he left for Mink? Is this red pot into this left center pocket? I think it does. And she could definitely get on, if not blue, she'd love to get on the black and get that back on its spot at some stage. Cue ball's natural path would be going into the baulk area. Well, she's on the blue, but would have loved to have missed that brown, give herself a nicer angle on this blue. I'm not quite sure what sort of power she can get in the cue ball to get up towards these reds again. Angle doesn't look favourable.
Almost going to be difficult to power the cue ball out of baulk there. That would have been a crowd pleaser in a billiards tournament.
Just eyeing up this red into this right corner pocket. He's not 100% sure whether he can have a go at it and still avoid one of the reds just below the pink. Hoping he can play it as a shot to nothing, but if he feels it's rearing into one of the reds, he won't take it on. Maybe there's a chance he can just miss that red just above the black spot. Cue ball should go pretty close to it. He's taking this red on. Trying to get on the black, which he did, but of course missing the red. I did like a few words in the interview at the top of the show there, Phil, what Mink said. She's very level-headed, very proud where she's from and what she's representing. Nice words from her. Good shot. Played it with a lot of check side, which was left-hand side in that case. Straighten up the cue ball off that top cushion, nicely on the green. Looking at trying to get on that red, just to the left of the pink into this left corner. He's got to avoid the red that's closest to the green, off one cushion. He is nicely on it.
I think it's worth remembering that Hamilton, okay, the years when he was in the top 16 have gone, highest ever ranking 10, but he's still capable of good performances and eye-catching results, such as the last 64 of the Welsh Open last season when he beat Kyron Wilson 4-1.
Yeah, there's no doubt. As I said, on his day, when he's playing at his best, I mean, he can match some of the top players in that top 16. There's no doubt about that. Potential. Banana skin. But I suppose as you get on in years, the big sort of matches and playing to your best are few and far between.
He was a member of the top 16 for 4 seasons. But he dropped out in 2000, having missed a couple of really important tournaments because he broke his wrist intervening in a mugging. So played the role of Good Samaritan, and it proved really costly, and now missing that blue might as well.
That's a poor miss from Mink. She was up off the shot very early, didn't do her usual of staying nice and still. Watch how quick she came up, just her head there off the shot, dropped the back arm, cue ball offline. Should be disappointed, could have scored a few points there.
tables are playing delightfully. A little too quick for Hamilton's liking with that one, because he played on the pink. Very hot outside, but it's dry. And indoors, even though there's plenty of AC required, it's not affecting the tables in a negative way at all.
No, I think that's a good point. I think there's not much humidity, not like what you'd get over in maybe the Far Eastern countries where, you know, the moisture can seep into the cloth and slow it up. But over here, not as much humidity, even though it's, well, plus 40 degrees outside. Inside, it's very cool. In fact, last night, sort of the aircon was up very, very high. It got very, very cold in there. But as you said, the tables are playing really nice, I must say. Very impressed with it.
Well, Ken, you know our pal Alan McManus, he knows all about this kind of stuff, and he's always telling me that if you play in an environment where the air is dry, whether it's hot or cold, that really does help.
Yeah, without doubt. Once the moisture gets into the cloth, it's amazing how quick it can slow up. So far, so good. Match table looking really nice. Good pot, but he's going to need another one here. If he does take the green on, cue ball will be going into the brown. That's no good. Brown is available, pink is available, but as you can see, he may not even attempt the pot here. He may just play a safety shot, wait for a better opportunity. Too risky. There's experience there for you right there. Keeping the pressure on.
And I think it's exactly the right thing to do. Hamilton knows that Mink hasn't played her best yet, but things could turn around. She's been a trailblazer when it comes to making breaks. Viewers on Discovery Plus will remember when she made a century in front of the cameras in a World Championship qualifier last year, and she's also the first female player to make a 147 in practice, which was caught on a locked off camera in the club where she used to practice a lot, the high-end club in Bangkok. Obviously she's based in the UK these days, and that's 147 at the high end, which is a terrific place, by the way. That 147 was available on YouTube. I think it's still there, and it was a beautiful break, positionally excellent. Don't know what that was all about, Ken.
Well, he's having a good old natter with Mikey Kessler. I'm not quite sure about what. There's obviously something is maybe is irritating him, but he's constantly talking to her. Good pot. Now, can he generate enough top spin on the cue ball to get down for one of these reds below the pink? Better shot than it looked. Controlled that nicely. Okay, it's ran on a little bit. He has to use the rest, but still shouldn't be a problem for him. when I say that. Not happy with that one. Didn't expect him to miss that. Just have a look at his arm here. You see how low it is? Should be up a little bit higher, a little bit more perpendicular to the cue. Yeah, nice kiss required on one of these ball colours. She would have loved to be in on the pink. I think the black still pots. Can she get on a red? Does the black pot pass the pink? Looks like it does. Problem is, she could be running into the brown here. She's got to dig into the cue ball, avoid the brown, get back down for the red. No. It's a bit unlucky there, Phil. She could have done with a nicer kiss and the pink would have been waiting for her.
Absolutely agree. Couldn't really have stopped in a much more awkward position. The only good thing for her, when the cue ball and object ball are very close together like that, on that particular kind of shot, you do see a lot of players undercutting balls. That's what she did there. That's why the cue ball didn't travel on for position on the red close to the top cushion.
I wonder, is the double worth taking on here? Treble maybe. No, and he's left it. Thought it was playing it as a shot to nothing. Well, once again, yeah, I think it's to do with these spotlights. I think the spotlights are really annoying him. As I said, he's had a problem with his eyes, and maybe those spotlights aren't helping.
Do you want to go on, or should we fix it first? No, he was on the break on 5.
Oh, maybe the scoreboard now. Michael Kessler is explaining to Mink that there is a problem with the scoreboard. But
Yeah,
I'm sure she wants to play on.
It's up to you.
I don't know what the score is showing out there. At the moment, he's 18 points. That's the right score. Maybe the scoreboard out there is wrong.
Offer the chance to stop was Mink. She deferred to Anthony Hamilton, who said, we'll carry on.
Well, she's got a choice here, Phil. She could play for that red that's on the ball cushion, or try and screw back for this red just left of the black spot. She's played this nicely. And if she can pot this red, get on the black, get somewhere close to that ball cushion for the next red, that pink is in a good position for her. I wouldn't play for the pink here. I'd try and play for the black. Just drop this in, dead weight, get a nice angle on the black. Should have played it, just top spin. She stunned it in. And it's gone too far. Got no chance of getting on that last red now. It's amazing the way players, they have a favourite way of hitting the ball, Phil. And there she obviously went for the stun instead of just dropping that in. If that had been a Mark Williams or a John Higgins or one of those type of players, they would have been dropping that in just dead weight. So make sure they're low on the black and give themselves an angle to get on that last red.
Yeah, this game is two things. It's execution, obviously, but it's also about knowledge. Huge knowledge required. Actually, from where she was, she's done well there, and she can lay quite a telling safety now. Maybe even a snooker. Didn't quite get hold of the cue ball. Wasn't sure herself whether the shot was successful. Took a cheeky peek, and it tells her that Hamilton can get through to the red and can get through to pot it.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a little stop for a while, because on their screens it's shown that Anthony Hamilton is still 18 points in the lead, but as you can see on our screens, he's only 2 points in the lead, so it's a bit of confusion for players out there. They like to see, you see them looking at the score and checking every time. When they see it's wrong, it is a little bit upsetting.
While players stop, let me give you the other scores. Jimmy Robertson has taken a 1-0 lead over Egypt's Mohamed El Kayat. El Kayat beating Baipat Siripaporn of Thailand yesterday. Artemis Zizens from Latvia, he's 1-0 up on Zhu Si. Michael Holt and Liu Hongyu 1-1. It's 1-0 for Ma Hai Long over Robbie McGuigan. A very good pot from Hamilton. I think he was hoping there for maybe the jaws of the pocket to trap the white and hold it on the pink.
Not attempting the green, so it's just laying off the green, trying to hide that cue ball in behind the pink. He hasn't hit it. Hasn't hit it. So reprieve for Mink. She could have been in a lot of trouble there. And it's a big target. That blue, brown, green in bulk. She can try and hide the cue ball in behind one of those. Oh, that's gone wrong. That's such a poor shot. She'd be so disappointed with that. Very careless.
And compounding Mink's disappointment, this could well be a yellow ball game where the other colours sit. Not ideal on the green, so hope springs eternal for Mink Nutcharut. Already missed an easier pink than this, using the rest in this frame. Brilliant though that. Mind you, Ken, another tester here.
Yeah, and you can see the way he played it. I mean, if you missed the green, have a look at the blocking. Two balls, as we see the green right into the middle of the pocket, but have a look at the cue ball, and of course those two blocking balls, brown and blue, had he had missed it. So it took the pressure off a little bit. This is a little bit more tricky. Ah, very good. And a lovely little kiss on the blue as well. That was an excellent shot and a frame winner. Couldn't have played that any better. Beautifully executed.
Two very distinct frames. Hamilton winning the first with a break of 78, shading the second on the pink. A low-scoring affair, but both frames went the same way to the Englishman, who leads 2-0. It is day 2 of the inaugural Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters from Riyadh. So much going on here. 8 tables currently in play. It is a wonderful arena. Rory Thor of Malaysia 1-0 upon Hamid Mir. Michael Holt, it would be a big win for him over the Yu Hong Yu if he could do it. Holt back on the circuit after a couple of years away. Ashley Carty's made a nice start against Chris Totten to lead 2-0. And we're going to dip into table 2 for a second. Eight tables here, all of the arenas superbly appointed, and if you want to see the action, it's terrific to just walk around and have the pick of the action.
Seems to be a little problem with some of the scoreboards out there. Play is stopped on a few tables, but this is going on, as you see. I think he's going to do well this season, this young boy. Got a few good results already so far early. Made a maximum last year on tour. Gradually running up the rankings. Good player, that, as you see. Keep an eye out for him.
Yes, so basically on the right-hand side of the table as we're looking, you got tables 5, 6, 7. On the left-hand side, the others, and here Mink is breaking off centre stage. Now then, Ken, this is Mink's best chance thus far.
Yeah, another nice pot into the middle pocket now. She's had a few chances already, she just hasn't scored. She's got to try and keep control of that cue ball and try and, make a nice little break here just to settle her down. Plenty of loose reds available, as you can see. Black is available into both corners. So try and get on the black here now. And tidy up at least those 2 reds. One into the right corner and then one into the left corner. Yeah, a little grimace. Could have played it a little bit better. She's still okay, but it's a bit more missable than it probably could have been. I'll play that with the right amount of pace, and once again, missable pot here. But if it goes in, it will open up those two reds and should be on this red into the bottom right corner pocket. Well played. Good shot. Lovely shot. And that will give her a little boost. As I said, he was always going to be on this red into the corner. It's loosened up another red just above the black. Another red's gone over the left middle. So really good chance here to try and get some points. Much needed for Mink Nutcharut here. It's a good shot, that, Phil, wasn't it? Because they're easily missed, aren't they, into those, you know, what we call the blind pocket.
Yeah, it was quite similar actually to the ball she missed, the black actually. She missed to the green pocket in the previous frame. And when you do that, you might sometimes fall victim to overcompensating. I thought she might overcut that actually. Played it very nicely, and now this is a really promising situation.
Yeah, I like that little shot she just played there. She just brushed off those two reds just above the black and held for this red into the, once again, into the right corner. Nice little cannon. Played that nicely.
Just marginally lost ideal control of the cue ball there. Again, leaving one of these tricky little blind cutbacks.
And yeah, and this time she's got to make contact on a red here, because otherwise she may lose the cue ball and not be on a next red. So she's got to make some sort of cannon when potting the black. It makes the pot even more difficult. Yeah, always the problem. There you see, she had to hold the cue ball, needed to brush off a red to hold for another red, and what that does is it takes your eye line off the pot. Always missable, that black. But a nice 40-point lead.
By the way, the players are aware of what the score is out there in the arena. Our score on the graphic is perfectly correct. But I'm led to believe that all of the scoring has gone down for the moment.
Yeah, normally in the old days, Phil, they used to bring the old manual scoreboard, didn't they? The old wooden scoreboard, just in case of technology broke down. The referee would have to notch up the score on the scoreboard just like you would do in your local snooker club. I don't see any of those scoreboards out here, Phil.
They're like us, Ken, from a bygone era.
in the recycle bin, I'd say. Oh, that hasn't worked out. Didn't get the right connection on those reds. Still got a red into left or right corner, but not straightforward.
Not a bad effort. Just caught too much of that far jaw, and worse still for Hamilton. Even though he took the cue ball out of harm's way, Aredis followed it back down the table and been left a middle. A very simple opener.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Mink maybe play that cue ball off 2 cushions. Once again, don't expect her to miss the black, but it could have been easier. This time she doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. She can play for that loose red that's close to the right hand side cushion. If she goes in and tries to make a cannon on a red just below the pink, then it's missable. But if she plays for this loose red, I think she missed the black. She played the cannon, and it's worked out a treat. Great shot. Well played. Well, they're all there for it. Doesn't have to develop anything, just keep her emotions in check and try and get her first frame on the board.
No doubting her credentials in the women's game. She won the World Championship in 2022 in very dramatic circumstances. Beat Wendy Jans of Belgium 6-5 in the final. She was 5-3 down, fought back, ended up capturing the title on the final black.
There's another example of her good cueing. Quick glance at the score. She's 52 ahead. She's so close. 1 red, 1 black would put her 60 ahead with 59 remaining. She's desperate to get her first frame on the board. Can she knock this red in? Bounce the cue ball. Oh, maybe she's screwing it in. Is she? I'd like to see her play for black here. She has played for black, and she's not on it. So what does she do? Does she play the blue, or does she try and put a colour safe, try and protect her lead?
And that's tantalising, because had she been on the black and potted it, that would have been frame ball. As it is, she's 53 ahead, yes, very healthy, but 59 remain on the table, and look at the balls, they're all in the open. A clearance very much on if Hamilton gets the chance, so Crafty Ken was quite right, get a colour safe.
Well, she could play the blue and leave the cue ball in bulk area. The extra 5 points would be certainly worth it. She played a decent shot though, good safety, but not totally secure.
Hamilton desperately needed the red to go past the middle pocket, and it did by some distance in the end.
Well, she needs cover on the brown here because this red has gone right over the corner pocket. That's no good. I think Anthony is on this red. And he can hold for pink or black. He needs high value colours. Yeah, there you see it. Clear pathway through to the red. And that'll do nicely. Nicely held for the pink. So a chance here. Maybe that yellow Mink played earlier. Tried to put it safe onto the left-hand side cushion. Just past the middle. That may prove the pivotal ball in this frame. Oh. Got a heavy contact there. So he's not on the red into the left corner. Disgusted with it.
And these days, Ken, kicks hurt even more than they used to because they're so rare. Oh, that was a clunking kick. Actually, it'd be interesting to see what chalk he uses. Does he use the old triangle chalk? I know he used to. We gotta have a look to see what chalk, because if he's not using the new tame chalk, the more advanced chalk, anti-kick chalk, anti-bounce, a lot of the professionals are using. Ronnie O'Sullivan doesn't use it, hence why he would get more kicks. Let's see, there's Anthony Hamilton. Let's see what chalk he has. Well, he has the tame chalk, so it's nothing to do with that. Oh, good recovery. Oh. He's going to get the cue ball cleaned again. He thought he got a big bounce off that right-hand side cushion. I thought so too. Yeah, the town chalk has been a game changer. It's revolutionised the game, and I'm not being overly dramatic by saying it's revolutionised the game. It really has. For so long, professional snooker was dogged by kicks and big bounces, and now their number drastically reduced.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm a bigger admirer of it. Glance at the score, 39 points the difference, so a few points to work with. Let's concentrate on pink or black here. He's just checking to see if he can take a pink here. And pink might be the better ball. Into the middle, hold for the red, into the left corner. Could take the black. Maybe contemplating what colour he can take after the black with the next red. Oh, he should have taken the pink. That's going to cost him the frame. What a miss.
Didn't have a great amount of rhythm in that break. Stuff conspired against him, but I'm still very surprised he missed the black. Especially by that amount. Mink will be relieved. She's done enough, surely. 46 ahead. 27 on. Hamilton remaining in his chair, and so he should. That frame has gone from his grasp. Mink is on the board. Hamilton's lead reduced to 2-1.
Well, welcome back to day 2 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. We rejoin the action once again with Mink and Anthony Hamilton doing battle. It is Anthony Hamilton, the Sheriff of Pottingham, leading this one 2 frames to 1. And the current score on the door before the pause was Mink 45, Anthony Hamilton 22. So we can hand back to our commentary team of Phil and Ken.
Thanks, Radzi. Yeah, Mink at the table scoring what's more, trying to build her lead into a substantial one.
Well, after all that, she's left that cue ball a little bit short. It's always difficult, isn't it, when you come back after a little bit of a hiatus, as we've had, just to concentrate, get your mind back focused. This is missable. I'm going to be so careful. Yeah. She'd be so disappointed. Of all the times for it to happen, Phil, she was on the precipice of winning that frame from that position, but she scuppered the chance.
Yeah, very unfortunate. The break shattered her rhythm. Of course, Ken, you were involved in the lengthiest ever interval at the German Masters in the mid-90s against Mark Williams, if you recall, at Roberts Barracks in northern Germany, middle of winter, and the heating went out and the interval lasted an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, Osnabrück, wasn't it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, Hamilton had a wonderful opportunity to clear up and steal frame 3. He did not take it. It would do him the power of good if he took this one.
Yeah, now I spoke about that plant, the possibility of a plant. Anthony Hamilton was looking at those 2 reds into this left corner pocket. Is he going to play for it? It's not dead set. Or is he going to go into the pack of 3 reds here? He's gone into them. Now, how's his look? Ooh. Could have been a little bit better. Cue ball and red very, very close to each other for this red into the right centre. And because he's got such a long backswing, you would say, those little shots that you'd like to play, very difficult to play when your backswing is so long. Going to play the double, is he? No, he's not playing the double. He's gone for safety, trying to hide that cue ball behind the black.
Apart from the interruption in play, perhaps affecting Mink's rhythm, I think it also was a benefit to Hamilton because things were going against him, and it might have afforded the window of opportunity to get some clarity of thought. Although he has left this red on. Well, Mink apologising for not leaving the red on, but I suppose she would have been unlucky to leave it on. By the way, we do have our first result of the day. Ashley Carty has defeated Chris Totten 4-0. He was very close to victory before the lights went out. He now plays former Crucible semi-finalist Anthony McGill. Hamilton doesn't want to be 16 behind, of course, but he'll be heartened by the fact that the table is wide open. His deficit could so easily be erased if he gets in.
That's a poor shot. I'm not quite sure why he didn't actually take that red on, but he's played a very, very poor shot and he could be in trouble here. It's an easy layup snooker right behind the pink here for Mink. Put Anthony Hamilton in a lot of trouble. Yeah, there we go. Now get out of that and get it safe.
Hamilton knew the predicament he was going to be in as soon as he played the previous shot. Hit the blue first. Marka Kessler will be hoping against hope that Mink doesn't ask for the balls to be put back, but they're going to be put back. It will take a while, this.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for referees. I don't think that red moved. Yeah, I think Anthony, he's pretty okay. That red, I think that red, the one that's on the green spot, she's moving the wrong red. I think the red that's on the green spot should have been, well, in the position that she's moving now. They're pretty close together. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just got to keep an eye on the monitor.
That was the original position.
Blue wasn't actually on the spot, so that has to be moved slightly. It's like one of those things where you're not supposed to be a robot and you slide one of those little jigsaw pieces into, you know, to fill up the screen, Phil. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, I'll tell you, this actual system is very good because she's being guided at the moment by her marker, Andrew Barklam. So I think we're going to get a reasonable degree of accuracy here.
That's pretty good, is it? Seem pretty happy. Now, cue ball behind the pink, and here we go again. Now, whatever you do, don't hit the blue this time, Anthony.
The easiest ball to replace here, the white, because he was right in behind the pink. Horrible position, this.
That was good. That's good.
Every credit to Micah Kessler there. Did a good job.
This is the case where the player just hits it as hard as he can and maybe flukes one. Anything can happen on a 12-by-6 table. Well, knock the white in instead of red, but at this time, thankfully, it won't be replaced. He has knocked the red safe though, and with Mink 25 points in the lead, she's going to need at least 2 reds to secure the frame, so it's not 100% certain, but I don't think she'll put it back. She's got to pot this red into the left center, get on a blue or a pink, and then need one more red and a color to secure the frame. She's in a strong position.
Mink 59 ahead, oh sorry, 29 ahead. So if she can pot this with the pink or black, Hamilton will require a snooker.
That's a great shot. Great pot. Now, blue to put her 35 points in the lead with 35 on as we see this red down the rail once more. Excellent. Well worth another look. make sure the blue, and then play good safety on this red. I don't think she'll attempt to pot into this yellow pocket. I think she may try and double it over into the green pocket, and but more importantly, get a good cue ball, play a good safety shot. Because she's only 35 ahead, but still 35 left. Try and keep that ball in the balk area. The red ball, of course. So play a telling safety shot. There's the double. If it doesn't go in, get a good cue ball. You might get a snooker. And that's exactly what she's done. Well worked out.
Had the red travelled on a little more, Mink might have been in trouble. As it is, she's got a shot to nothing attempt at frame ball. A fraction of an inch away from losing the frame. The in-off there would definitely have brought up 2-2.
Yeah, she's got to be a little bit careful here. Can't be too complacent, Mink, because the situation with the colour balls the way they are, I mean, it wouldn't be difficult getting some cover and maybe getting a snooker. Very experienced player, Anthony Hamilton, knows his way around the table. So certainly not out of the woods yet in this frame. Trying to get that cue ball down behind the pink and brown. Has it got the legs? Has it got the legs? It has. Good shot. And now all of a sudden, the rolls are reversed here. One cushion escape just before the middle pocket on the right hand side. But with these tables, Phil, you know, the new cloths, ball slides, it's very hard to judge off just one cushion trying to get it escape from snookers. It's not straightforward. Very important she hits this. Oh, well played. Well done. Deserved a little bit of luck as well. Good hit.
That really is a pleasing outcome for Mink. Hamilton would have expected, hoped for much better. And now if Mink can float the red into the yellow pocket, it's all tied up.
That puts an end to the frame, and I must say, I must commend her. She's really done really well here, Mink. Shown a lot of great battling qualities. And she's good value for a 2-2 draw.
The way things are going, I think Hamilton is vulnerable. Because with these eyesight issues, sometimes the longer he plays, the more difficult he finds it. And this has been a lengthy match.
Yeah, and also Mink has grown in confidence. He's trying to strike the cue ball with a little bit more authority. Got a bit of a spring in his step. A lot less experienced than her opponent, of course, but she's putting up a good show here so far.
Hamilton made a break of 78 in the first frame. He won the second by clearing yellow to pink. But Mink has bounced back very well indeed. Lots of resilience. It is 2-2, all to play for. Best of 7 to start off. Now it's down to best of 3. Now, we've seen some excellence over on table 2. Jimmy Robertson was in a similar boat to Anthony Hamilton. He led 2-0 against Mohamed El Kayat. El Kayat fought back to 2-2, but Robertson has just put together a total clearance to regain the lead at 3-2. This is the last few pots of it. I think he's one of those players, Ken, who needs to be inspired, doesn't he? When he's on a streak, on a good streak, he can beat anyone.
Yeah, very fast player, isn't he? Sort of an inspirational player. Can certainly pot anything. And yeah, this century is good timing for him. Lovely striker of the ball, hits it really crisply. Wastes no time at all. Good player, Jimmy Robertson. Hasn't been too well over the last couple of seasons, has he, Phil? He's suffered with a bit similar to what Ben Mertens is suffering from, some sort of a tremor in his arm that he's having to cope with. He seems to be doing pretty well with it.
Yes, at the Xi'an Open in China recently, he ran Kyron Wilson very close, losing 5-4, and of course Wilson went on to capture the title. 138 total clearance, Jimmy Robertson back in front in style. So off we go with frame 5 here. Scores around the arena. Well, Alan Taylor has taken the first frame from Aaron Hill. Rory Thor 3-1 up on Hamid Mir. Artemis Zizens and Zusi 2-2. Liu Hongyu still 3-1 up on Michael Holt. Simon Blackwell 2-1 over Xingzi Hao. And it's also 2-1 for Maha Long over Robbie McGuigan. I thought his pace of play in the first frame, when he made that sizable break, was encouraging. Second frame was a little scrappier, but there was nothing untoward. As the match has gone against him, though, he's become a little slower. Well, a lot slower. And that most certainly wasn't worth the wait. He's been very fortunate.
Well, what a slice of luck he's had there. Okay, Mink can pot one of these reds into the corner, but look, I've gone for a pot trying to screw the cue ball back up towards one of the ball colours. Didn't catch it anywhere where he would have wanted, and that red has come up, blocked the other red into the right corner. And Mink only has a safety shot now. The other red is too risky to take on. What the result?
Worth bearing in mind what Hamilton is playing for here. By being seeded into the second round, he's guaranteed £4,000, so he won't go home financially empty-handed. But if you lose your first match in these structured draws, you don't get any ranking points whatsoever. If he wins this match, he would be on 7,000 ranking points and the equivalent amount of pounds. So a vitally important contest for him.
Yeah, that's the difference to this big money event. If he doesn't win, it's going to be hard to, you know, catch up with other tournaments because of the prize money. You'd have to go a few rounds to earn that type of money. And as you said, he's on the brink. He's around 63 in the provisional world rankings. Must imperative for it to stay in the top 64 to keep his card. Well, Mink is not going to attempt the green into the middle. She's going to try and just drop in behind it. She's played it well, keeping the pressure on Anthony Hamilton.
The eventual winner will play Jamie Jones tomorrow in the last 80, and right now picking a winner I think is difficult. The stock of Mink has gone up considerably. When we had the power issue and of course play had to stop because there was no light in the arena, made me think how ironic it was, because at the 1976 World Championship in Middlesbrough, it was a split side between Middlesbrough and Manchester that year's event, and at the Middlesbrough half of the championship, play had to be suspended because there was too much light, namely not enough curtains. And so natural light was streaming into the arena and going on the table, and of course it makes it impossible to play when that's happening. Other unusual interruptions in play over the years. World Championship in Manchester in 1973, the match between Fred Davis and Alex Higgins was suspended because of rain stopped play. Rain coming through the roof. I remember one Saturday at the Crucible, Ken, I think you'll remember this as well, when I think it was around tea time, late afternoon, a massive thunderstorm hit, and all of the electrics went out then as well.
Yeah, we've had all sorts, demonstrators, streakers as well over the years, stop play. Thankfully you weren't one of those, Phil.
I might have been, no one would have noticed.
Oh, we would have. Don't worry about that. Now, is this a chance Anthony Hamilton has been waiting for? Red into the right centre. Long way away from the pot here, Mink. She knocked some good long pots in, but on that occasion now, can he pot this red? Find the gap between the two reds. Back up for blue, maybe pink. No.
Having begun so positively, Hamilton is really struggling now, isn't he?
It's gone completely off the boil. Concentration is gone. I mean, even that shot there, Phil, I thought he might have tried to stun the cue ball in off two cushions. A little bit of right-hand side. Just tried to play it just with top spin. Hasn't left anything easy for Mink. The red into the right centre. She could take that on, but she can't get on the black. So she's going to play this red just below the pink spot, try and cut it in. Maybe get back up towards the bulk area for pink or one of those ball colours. Lovely pot. Needs to slow up the cue ball for the yellow. And it has done. And she's nicely on it. Good pot, that.
Now Hamilton needs to regain his mojo. Without wishing to make excuses for Anthony, he really does struggle with his eyesight these days, and this has been a long drawn out match. Just needs to find enough form to get over the line. But Ken, going through the ringer, isn't he?
Yeah, looks to be really struggling now. We saw him come to the table, eyes widen, blinking. Just sure sign that he's in a bit of trouble. Now can Mink capitalise? She will have noticed what's going on. A few eye drops going in there. from Mink's point of view, it's hard to keep your concentration when you see your opponent struggling like that. You think, well, I'm going to get chances. But it's kind of very scrappy now at the moment.
A few moments ago we saw Jimmy Robertson's 1-3-8 break in frame 5 against Mohamed El Kayat. Well, Robertson has now completed a 4-2 victory. So the professional from Sussex in England will go into round 3 to take on former European Masters champion Fan Zhengyi. Well, Hamilton floated the idea of a re-rack. Mink Nutcharut had no objection, and so frame 5 will begin again. Had a re-rack last night with Stan Moody and Ziad Al-Kabani. So we go back to square one, Ken. 2-2 all over again.
Yeah. And I suppose it wasn't going anywhere, was it? It was getting a little bit scrappy. So, okay, let's start up again and try and get the balls open in the next frame. And it probably suits Anthony really to have because obviously he's struggling a little bit with his eyesight, putting some drops in his eyes. So it probably suited him. Just take a little break, have a re-rack and regroup.
I spoke to him today and he said he had the operation in 2020. It's been well documented in the newspapers. Had the operation in 2020 with the idea of improving his eyesight to be able to continue his career for as long as he possibly could. But instead the operation backfired, and ever since he's been having all kinds of difficulties.
Lovely opener from Mink. Nicely on the black. That one loose red just to the right of the bunch near this bottom right corner pocket. That's what she'll play on. She could go into some of the reds just to the right of the bunch and still be on that red. Could take a chance. Well, looks like she's just going to play on the loose red. There's a possible plant. Look at the top of the pack as well into this corner. So she's playing on the loose red, but those two reds, they may be in line. She hasn't looked at them. Yeah, you see those two reds there now? Oh, it is a possible plant. Okay, it's not dead set, but easily made. And if she hasn't looked at that little plant, I wonder will she take a little brief look at them now. Now she's had a look. Just now she's noticed it. So she doesn't have to go into the reds here if she doesn't want to, but she has a nice angle. Doesn't look like she's playing into the reds. Is she going to play in the plant or for that loose red just near the yellow? Oh, you got to pot the black, Mink. You got to pot the black. Concentrating on the position. Forgot about the pot.
Yeah, 4 pots on the black of that approximate ilk in this match, and she's undercut 3 of them. Potted the other one. That's more like it from the man they call the Machine. He's been malfunctioning in the last few frames, but a big break would solve a lot of problems. Well, he went into them with reasonable force. I think he's been more than a tad unlucky there.
Yeah, it could have been a bit kinder, couldn't it? Not taking any chances on that red into the right centre, just playing it, containing safety shot.
The UK Women's Championship starts next Friday at the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds. Women's World Ranking event. And I think Mink would go there with great confidence if she could beat someone of Hamilton's experience and calibre.
Well, would you believe it? I think she may be angled. Well, no, she's not angled, but she certainly cannot hit the left-hand side of the pack as we look. That red on the blue spot, that may be the only ball that she can see, but, wow. What a resting place for the cue ball.
Hamilton was initially concerned about the cue ball there, but then it grazed the cushion and he thought he was okay, but it nearly dropped.
I mean, how would you like this shot? So difficult. First of all, for your bridge, cue the ball itself. This is so difficult. May have to take this red on, believe it or not, and leave the cue ball. Try and get that cue ball down towards this bottom right corner pocket. But look at it, almost straight. Ah, stop it. Stop it. What a shot. That is the shot of the tournament so far. She had to go for it. There was no other shot, Phil, but how well did she cue that? My goodness.
If you put a top 10 pots for the season together, well, that's an early candidate. That was extraordinary. What a piece of cueing.
Amazing. She deserves to get this black. Could be missed, but she deserves to get it, and she has done. Well done. Well, that is just incredible. That red. She's going to need another good shot. Keep the break going. This. Well, I could be there all day, Phil. I still wouldn't get that, no matter how many opportunities I had. Look at that.
That's the definition of a straight shooter. By the way, Rory Thor of Malaysia, he has beaten Hamid Mia 4-1. So Thor into the last 80. He will take on Rob Milkins tomorrow.
Well, from the sublime. Couldn't get any worse for Mink there with the outcome. Have a look at this. What an easy starter. Reds everywhere, all in the open.
I'm well aware, Ken, it's very easy for me to say this sitting in this commentary box, but I think it's counterproductive for Hamilton to play too slowly. I think now he's in the balls, he needs to pick up the pace for his own good.
Yeah, well, we saw it in the first frame, how easy it was for him. Nice rhythm. Things have changed. He's gone off the boil, and even before he took the opening pot, you could see him contemplating over a few shots, and I think that's the problem for him. He sort of looks at too many shots, gets bogged down a little bit, got too many plans in his mind. I mean, you can't do much with this. He's got to just play the red, leave an angle on the blue, and he has to go in and out of balk. If he cannot get top side of the blue, he's coming off the cushion, so there may be a slight angle. Yeah, no problem at all. Now he's got to try and either play on that red on the black spot, and try and get the black on the spot as soon as possible. That will make things a lot easier for him. Played on the red. He's getting on this black. He's having a look at the black into the right centre. If it passes the pink, then he can land nicely on the black. It definitely pots into the right corner pocket. Can he get on that black? Get it back on the spot. Get some break sort of going here for himself.
I think from Hamilton's reaction, the cue ball has just gone far enough past the black to leave the pink on. Touch and go though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he played for the black into the right corner. It's just overran the cue ball. He always had the pink there. Now, where does the pink go? Does it go on the black spot, or does it go right on its spot and then block all those reds? It may fit on its own spot here, you know, which means it will block at least 2 of those reds into putt-up positions. Maybe. So still a bit of work to do. He's not going to be comfortable until he, as I said, maybe gets that black back on its spot. Can't do it here. Has he got an angle on the blue? Is it dead straight?
If there is an angle there, it is minuscule. Not been foolproof with the rest, has he, in this match?
Off the bottom, that red, it clears the path of the black into the same pocket. And this will make a difference. It's okay. White is taking a bit of a bounce off the cushion, but he's absolutely perfect on this red. Mink had a chance in this frame.
It's actually rather ironic because the red she potted to get in was, without any doubt, the best shot of this match so far. And yet, indirectly, it's led to this. Indirectly. Ken, you and I have known Anthony for years, and you know he's a real competitor. This is such a grind for him.
This could be a key shot. Play a little cannon into the red, just left of the pink. Perfect. Is he? Surely he's on this red. Played the right shot. If not, he's on the other one. But that little cannon is just to open up the pink. It's opened up the 3 reds around the pink as well. He'd love to be on this red directly. If not, he may have to play the other red just to the left of it into the corner. Still shouldn't be a problem.
Stay still, please.
Yeah, cue ball's just ran a little bit more than he would have liked. Elected to play the cannon, and it's worked out okay.
He'll be feeling so much better now, but there's still a little bit of work to do. 39 ahead. So he needs the blue and 1 more red. Didn't screw back quite far enough, so there's just a grain of doubt about this. Well done, Anthony Hamilton. Well done indeed.
Yeah, the reds were all there when he came to the table, but it was still like a job that he had to do. Just checking the scores, plenty in front, 51 ahead, only 43 remaining. You think he will go for this red into the left center? No. Keeping it tight, using his experience. Try and play a good safety shot.
Mink 51 behind, 43 on, so needing a couple of snookers. Not on the black, so at the very best, needing another snooker now on top of that.
She potted one good red earlier on in this frame, but she's going to need a really good pot on this black to keep her chances alive in this frame. This is so difficult.
Wow, talking about life on the edge. Still highly unlikely she's going to win the frame, but had the black stayed out, as Ken said, that would have been that. Must tell you quickly about a wonderful performance from Artemis Zizins, an 18-year-old Latvian who's just beaten Zhu Si. Zizins, who came through the Q School earlier this year to be on tour for the first time, didn't just win the decider, he won it with 137 total clearance. Made of the right stuff, that youngster. You know, in 33 years as a professional, Anthony Hamilton has seen it all. He'll be taking absolutely nothing for granted. And you could see he was very concerned as he saw the cue ball skirting towards the pocket there. Just for a second, Ken, going back to Artemis Zizins, what a display that was. He now plays Tepchara Nu in the third round.
Yeah, very impressive, and particularly the way, as you said, did it in style. Wonderful break in the last. And against a young man who's been, as I said earlier, climbing up the rankings, you see. Good win for him. Hamilton knocked this yellow in and put peg to this frame. Go back to that.
I'll tell you what, in the modern game, Ken, it's not very often you get a match that's been going for nigh on 3 hours that remains 2-2.
Yeah, and I just got back to that red when he made that break that he didn't take on into the left centre. I mean, it wasn't that difficult. If he missed it, it wasn't like, you know, his opponent needed a couple of snookers in anyway, so. Should have been a little bit more confident, a little bit more proactive. Anthony Hamilton. He's a wonderful talent, there's no doubt about it, but you just like to see him play with a little bit more positivity, a little more belief, I'd say.
Mind you, lengthy matches can occur in all Q sports. At the recent US 9-ball open in Atlantic City, one match between Ko Ping Han and Jonathan Pinegar. Bear in mind, 9-ball pool took 3.5 hours, the lengthiest match so far on the World 9-ball Tour. That could put an end to proceedings. I'm glad I said could put an end.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, when the opponent needs a snooker, why not put your opponent in snookers? And raised, a little bit fortunate there. Double kiss, got the snooker. Oh, that should be it now. Surely there'll be a concession.
Yeah, the concession arrived, needing 4 snookers. Mink realised the frame was up, but the match isn't. Anthony Hamilton needs 1 more to go through. He leads 3-2. It's a case of 2 for 1, because either Graham Dott or Julien Leclerc, the winner here, will go through 2 rounds. And the reason for that is that in round 3 the winner was supposed to play Sam Craigie, who is pulled out injured. So what an important match this is for both, and what a potentially lucrative match it is. The winner of this will be on £11,000 and the same amount of ranking points.
What a tough, tenacious player Graham Dott has been over the years. He said his well-documented problems off the table, struggled with his mental health, but still a great fighter. Very determined, very, very tough to beat.
Yeah, the 2006 world champion Dott, and I think he's done enough to win the first frame against the tall Belgian. 64 ahead, just getting some potting practice right at the commencement of the contest. We'll keep you up to date with that one, indeed all of the matches. Now though, it's back to the marathon on table 1. Can Hamilton keep up the good work from frame 5, or will it go down to the wire? the in-off could be expensive. Apart from the 4 points, the red will go to middle.
Yeah, double whammy that, wasn't it? Missed the reds on the way down, caught them on the way back. But more importantly, left an easy opener. Now, when you're putting this red, you could play for a ball colour. You may play for blue. I think he's going for the blue, is he? After this red. No. And the reason I say he may have played for the ball colour, he just gives himself options. He's got that red left of the bunch, and he's got the red into the right centre as well. The red left of the bunch, it would be my preference, because that leads him nicely onto the black. He's overhit it. But he always had that option of the red into the right centre.
In the last frame, pieced together a break of 60, playing very methodically. And I think we can expect more of the same here if he stays at the table for an extended period.
Yeah, so important, Phil, that after potting this red, gets a nice angle on the black, gets rid of that red just to the right of the black, and he's okay. Straight is not too bad. Screw the cue ball back a couple of inches, maybe even off the cushion if he likes. And of course, when potting this red now, the black is open into both corner pockets, so makes the break a little bit easier for him. Still got a couple of loose reds after this one as well. So there could be a costly error for Mink.
Mink is the last female player standing in the tournament. Rhian Evans, Bayu Liu, the Women's World Champion, and Bipad Siripaporn were all beaten in round one yesterday.
Disconsolate look upon his face, and he's just travelled a little bit too far with the cue ball. I could play this with a lot of pace, because the cue ball is going into other reds, and he may be able to develop a red or two here. Lots of top spin. Well, he's played it. Could have played that a lot heavier, a lot more pace, and he could have maybe developed one or two from the bunch there.
The eyes are still sore. just battling through. Providing his own non-verbal commentary. Mind you, there was a grunt there as well as the gesticulation. Hated that.
Hasn't left anything easy. 40-point lead. He's got a couple of reds safe. This is not a gimme, this red. What about that plant? Is it on? Hasn't looked at it. Is it there? No. Oh, it wasn't straightforward. Has she got the cover? She has. Second prize. Trying to get on the black there, but now, what does Anthony do here?
Another result for you. 20-year-old Chinese player Liu Hongyu has beaten Michael Holt by 4 frames to 2. Liu goes through to play Ricky Walden in the 3rd round. Well, nothing too expansive about that shot, Ken.
It was a containing shot, was it now? Is it possible? And those 2 reds just underneath the pink. Possible plant onto the 3rd red over the corner pocket. Or can she knock this red just beneath the black spot towards that red over the corner? Could play this red just on the side cushion, knock it out into the open.
Now, in an earlier frame, Anthony Hamilton suggested a re-rack. You won't be doing that here with a 40-point lead.
I'm very surprised with him to get himself into this situation, because Mink will just tap into the reds and then make Anthony force the issue, because the onus is on him. He's got the 40-point lead. So he's fallen into a bit of a trap here. And it's his own fault. All she has to do is just tap into these reds.
I think, though, his mindset is consistent with someone who badly needs ranking points to continue his career. And he realises that this is a golden opportunity to get plenty on the board. He's taking no risks, and I think sometimes to his own detriment.
see, he's got himself into this situation. I mean, that's a definite plant if he tries to leave the cue ball near that corner pocket. If he rolls into the red, then Mink will just do the same. So the onus is on him here. He's tried to leave a touching ball there, and it may well be, but no touching ball call. But once again, just a little deft touch into the reds here.
Of course, Mink would love a re-rack, but I think there's more chance of Hamilton cycling home. Dynamic start for Oliver Lyons. Century to take the first frame from Ben Wollaston. Need to keep that match updated because I know his father Peter will be watching and he's a good friend of mine. So the lad's made a good start, Pete. I think the word for this, Ken, is tedious.
This could go on for a little bit longer. As I said, Mink is making Anthony force the issue here, but we could be here a little while longer. And then, of course, it's up to the referee to give the players a couple of shots each. She has that right. If she doesn't see there's anything going forward in this frame, she'll give the players 3 shots each. And that's when Anthony will have to, well, he'll have to force the issue. I think she's got to say something to both players very shortly, because otherwise they'll just keep doing the same and there'll be no sort of resolve to this dilemma.
Well, funny you should say that. In the Championship League ranking event last summer, Mink had an extended frame very similar to this against Ma Hailong of China, and the referee Julian Bell didn't step in as quickly as he should have done.
I think that's where the referees have to take a stand as well. Now, is he playing something different here? No.
Century to report for Julien Leclerc. Nice way to equalise against Graham Dott at 1-1.
There's no doubt. Referee Micah Kessler has to take charge of the situation now. Don't think she should leave it too much longer. Has to be going through her mind. And I'm sure Anthony Hamilton, being as experienced as he is, he will know the situation. He will know that he has to do something different here to rectify this, because otherwise it'll go on for a little bit longer. and the referee won't let them.
Another match has finished. Zingzi Hao has beaten Simon Blackwell 4-2. So it's been a good afternoon for snooker's youth movement. An 18-year-old, a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old all gaining a victory. And sometimes, Ken, I feel as though we were 20 when this match began. Our director a few moments ago said this match has had everything. He's right, apart from one thing. It's not at the end. And that's in doubt.
Put the kettle on, Phil, will you? Just milk, no sugar.
I don't think you can blame either player because they both got very different agendas, but I think the referee must step in very shortly.
The referee has to make a decision very quickly. He's played too many shots now and it really should have been done a few moments ago. I'm very surprised because she's an experienced referee herself.
You see, when you have a re-rack, on the vast majority of occasions these days, it's when the two players mutually agree, when the scores are very close. There's no incentive whatsoever for Hamilton to have a re-rack, considering he's 40 points ahead. Obviously, Mink wants to keep this stalemate going to try and bring in the possibility of a re-rack, so it's up to the referee.
And also, it's up to the player. It's up to Anthony Hamilton here to really sort of, because he's got the advantage, it's up to him to do something different. He's trying to separate the reds now, but not enough. He's bowed his head. Has he possibly left the plant there? Surely that cue ball and red are too close to each other. Yeah, no, I don't think she'll attempt that. She's got to play back into the reds here.
I do sympathise with the referee. She doesn't want to force Hamilton's hand by making him have a certain number of shots. But the point is, eventually, that decision has to be made. So why not do it sooner rather than later?
Also, maybe she's never been in this situation herself, the referee. Maybe she's never had to sort of call the 3-shot rule on both players. That's a foul, and looks like touching ball. Touching ball, yeah, so that'll be... Mink has asked him to play again.
Well, it's in this one, right? That one.
This one.
Similar frame to this happened at the Crucible many years ago. Andy Hicks against Willie Thorne. Thorne was well out in front. Then it became a stalemate. The referee, quite correctly, gave them a number of shots to play, and Willie wasn't best pleased.
Yeah, I remember, didn't Steve Davis and Doug Mountjoy have a re-rack with just blue, pink and black remaining at the World Championship as well, where the blue and the cue ball got lodged in the pocket, and they just kept tapping into the blue, and after about 45 minutes with just blue, pink and black, it was a re-rack. Can you believe that?
That is absolutely right, and the latest ever re-rack in terms of professional snooker anywhere on pink and black. Please. Shouldn't mention it just to tempt fate, but that's true. We had a re-rack on pink and black some years ago. So the impasse might well be over.
It's over. That's 15 minutes we'll never get back, Phil.
Yeah, 13 minutes of torture. You can run a 5,000 metre race world class in that time. Another marathon going on. Robbie McGuigan and Mahai Long. They've just gone 3-3. So one impasse is over, maybe another one's beginning. Great joy. To use football parlance, this is snooker's answer to parking the bus.
Yeah, clever little shot that. She's got the cue ball tight to the ball cushion. You can't plant the red that's over the corner part. It's just too much distance between the cue ball and the reds that are tight to this. As we look down the line, the reds that are tight to this cushion, just above the red that's over the hole. Too difficult to try and plant that one from there, so. She's got him in a little bit of a pickle here. Doesn't want to kiss on the green with the red, and now after a protracted safety battle, it's gone for almost 20 minutes. You may see a ball being potted. No.
When you've been involved in a very lengthy tactical skirmish, potting balls suddenly is a little more difficult than normal. Mind you, that one should have been knocked in. No such problems for Stuart Carrington, who's just made a century to draw level at 1-1 with Farika Shaib. I'd like to see Stuart do well here because he was very unfortunate, had to miss the Xi'an Grand Prix, the British Open and the Wuhan Open qualifiers because he had a rather nasty virus that confined him to his bed for a while.
I think there's enough room for this red just to slide off this top cushion into this right corner pocket. It looks like it's a big pocket, but well, maybe not. He doesn't like it. You would think that the red just below the pink spot, he could plant that one. It looks, as we look there now, look at that. Doesn't that look like a big pocket there in off the red? The other red, keep it tight to the top cushion. Should be on blue or pink. Yeah, no problem.
Now that was the classic case of someone who's not got an awful lot of confidence, who desperately wants to win and who tries to convince himself that it could be a problem, that when it was quite obvious that was a big pocket. There won't be any other emotion if he gets over the line here other than relief. There'll be no pleasure in the way he's played, no joy in the fact that he's through to round 3. It'll just be pure and simple relief. Drawing ever closer to taking on former World Championship quarter-finalist Jamie Jones in the 3rd round.
Yeah, these are all valuable points, and particularly a couple of those reds that are safe. It's going to be very difficult, even if Mink does come back to the table. A very tall order for her. You would feel that Anthony Hamilton is going to accrue enough points here to get himself over the line. Been a real struggle for him. I know he's had his eye problems throughout this match. We've had a break with the power going off as well. That hasn't helped the players. doubt. It's one of the longest matches of this fledgling inaugural ranking tournament here in Riyadh.
Yes, and it's kept Andrew Higginson and Jimmy White waiting quite a while to take centre stage. They'll be straining at the leash. Can't be upset with that kiss.
No, nice angle as well, isn't it? Nice angle on the black, just to go down for the red, just near the black spot, below the pink. So 59 the difference. This red will leave Mink needing the snooker. Yeah, black to follow and an easy red as well. So in a struggle for Anthony Hamilton, but he's going to get over the line. Mink, on the other hand, she'll be disappointed. She's had her chances. She's put up a brave performance. She's played well, and generally just a couple of missed shots here and there. Maybe a little bit of inexperience when she needed it. Could have pushed this match all the way.
And we must applaud Anthony Hamilton in a couple of departments. Application when things weren't going well, and just determination to get over the line. It wasn't pretty by any means, but for him it was all about getting the W, and that's what he's done. Well, that's his third half century of the match, after breaks of 78 in the first frame and 60 in the fifth. But that doesn't tell the story. This has not been a contest, Ken, with fluency at the top of the list.
No, it just goes to show how easy you can make it look, you know, when the pressure is off and you're over the line. And made that previous red look, well, like it was over the pocket.
That is it. Mink Nutcharut has been beaten by Anthony Hamilton by 4 frames to 2. Hamilton goes into the third round, but boy, what a struggle.
Only 6 frames, 3.5 hours. That marathon, Stephen, had just about everything.
Yeah, literally, you could say that again. You know, Hamilton there, he's made 3 breaks over 50 in the end, but some of the frames just seem to go on forever. That last one in particular, it seemed difficult to ever see how it was ever going to end.
He turned pro in 1991. But even by his standards, I mean, the power cut, for example, I mean, how do you, especially with his eyes, reset yourself and go again? Because at one stage we're thinking, is he actually going to concede?
Yeah, you know, it'd be good to ask him, actually.
He's on his way back.
Yeah, because, I don't know, you've just got to deal with that, you know, as a snooker player. Anything can happen, I suppose, out there in the arena. It went very scrappy, but he's made some good breaks in amongst it all. Obviously, the power cut, yeah, everything happened. And just a reminder, next up is none other than James Warren White. Jimmy White will be facing Andrew Higginson, so please do not move a muscle because they'll be heading out to the bays in just a few moments, but not before we do speak to Anthony Hamilton first off. What do you think he'll take from that match? Do you think, will he have a sense of positivity? Will he be concerned now? I think probably concern, not so much about the performance itself, but, if his eyes really are, as bad as he says they are, we saw him putting the eye drops in and stuff in the arena, the lighting as well, the bright lights, you could see him sort of covering the light as he was walking around. I really feel for him, because this game is hard enough even when you're feeling good and playing well. So to have to deal with that, it might be a concern for him. And also physically, he's spoken about the fact that his body isn't fantastic. Then you add eyes to that as well. Then you add how long they were out there for. Not the ideal situation. No, far from it. But he's a professional sportsman. He's been around the block. He's seen everything there is to see in this game, I suppose. So if anyone can deal with something like that, it's the experience of Anthony Hamilton. Further bad news for him. So great news, he's gotten through Mink, who, by the way, put out a heck of a battle, it has to be said. Up next is Jamie Jones, so the challenge just keeps getting greater and greater. Yeah, and that's the beauty of this tiered system, isn't it? The standard gradually increases on paper as the tournament goes on. So, as long as you're in the hat for that next round, you've always got a chance, but you would always feel that your level has to improve to meet those better players. And talking about having chances, Mink did have chances herself to actually take the match. Yeah, and, commendable performance, really, because she competed quite well tactically against somebody like Anthony Hamilton, who is so good in that department. She will definitely take a lot of positives. Anthony, come on in. Congratulations. First of all, how were your eyes? Because we saw you kind of wincing a lot.
It was tough because I don't want to talk about it on the TV, because the Saudis are trying to put on a tournament for us, which we are very appreciative.
Well said.
They just got one thing wrong with the scoreboards are. They're right next to the lights that are for the seat, the brightest lights we've got. So every time you look at the scoreboard, you're looking past these lights, and obviously, my min says,
could see you
it's right next to it. So I'm just trying to cover it, because every time I look at it, I'm getting worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, if they can just get the scoreboard a bit lower, eye level somewhere, then you're not looking directly at the light, because the TV light is always on the chair, and I'm always like this, not looking at it. But you have to look at it. Look at the scoreboard. You see, so it made it tough.
Thank you for that insight, by the way. In terms of the power cut that took place, certainly not something I've been part of before. You turned pro in '91. Have you had that?
Yeah, I've had everything. That must have happened at some point.
It's another day at the office.
It's definitely happened at some point.
Play with the lights off, wouldn't you?
I thought I was doing it.
And just finally, what does it mean to be part of this tournament where you are 63 in the world, actually doing well? You can really change the game.
It's great to be here. I'm not going to start saying this and that, about, I can win them 3 or 4 matches. If I play like that, I'm out. So, if you improve, you can win and you can have a good run. And they've given us a chance to have a good run and earn some money and enjoy ourselves. So that's what you can ask for, And
I think that's an important point that Anthony makes, actually, because regardless of the health issues he's got going on, he's here battling away in this brilliant event, and I think that's commendable.
Yeah, obviously I'd like to be flying. We all would, because there's money up for grabs, and you'd like to get to the quarters or semis and just get a right buzz on. But there's good money to be had for the first, second, third rounds. Thankfully for the Saudis being so generous, that we can all have a good week without having a great week. You know what I mean?
And the sheriff is in amongst the coffers, so congratulations, Anthony. Yeah. But do not go anywhere, because up next it's another legend of the base, Jimmy White. He'll be getting onto the action very shortly, and we'll be joining that one, and we can't wait for it to begin.
Day 2 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters, and indeed round 2 underway. Jimmy White leads Andrew Higgins to 1-0. It's best of 7 to reach round 3. And a meeting with Si Jiahui, who Jimmy White in fact played in round 1 of the Xi'an Grand Prix. It was played in the UK to qualify for the venue. That went the distance. Si Jiahui got the win a few weeks ago. White has beaten Dominic Dale this season to qualify for Wuhan. Won't be at the British Open though, so it was a bit of a mixed bag for him at qualifying.
Yeah, I was quite impressed actually with Jimmy when he played Si Jiahui in the qualifiers in Leicester. He played very well in that match, may have won it as well, so possible rematch coming up. Andrew Higginson though will have other ideas.
Yeah, I think for players of Andrew's generation, he's
born in 1977, so he's 46. It's still a big deal to play Jimmy White. Maybe for some of the younger players who don't remember him in his pomp, not so much, but it will be for Andrew.
Yeah, I suppose it's like the kids of today playing Judd Trump, really, isn't it? You're sort of in awe of them. It's important to try and just block all that out, but it's very difficult to do when Jimmy White's at the table. You know, he's got this aura about him still. Doesn't matter how old you are. You see Jimmy White walk into the players' lounge, the practice room, your eyes are instantly drawn to him.
Six. Seven. Give me a second, Jimmy.
Ben Williams, the referee, just asking for a moment to line up this pink.
He looks very focused, Jimmy, doesn't he? You can see as he's just walking around the table, his eyes are barely leaving the bed of the table. He's fixated on the balls. Looks like he's playing his way into the zone that players often try and find. Very difficult place to go to. He's got this intense stare in his eyes. He knows how big this event is. He knows his situation in the rankings this season.
14.
One by one, he's seen off all his old rivals, isn't he? Steve Davis is retired. John Parrott, who beat him in a world final. Stephen Hendry did come back, has now retired again. He's kind of the last man standing from that generation.
And what a brilliant attempt that was from Jimmy. He's been unfortunate to not land on anything nicer.
19.
A very difficult shot that, playing with lots of right-hand side. Well, is he on this red next to the black? If he is, it's an ideal one to remove. Can he control the cannon there? You see him just coming around to have a look. Can he push the black on or possibly stay on the pink?
$20. Black ball. $27.
Well, he may not be on the red's left corner, and it may be the red to the yellow pocket now. Just having a look at where he may like to leave this cue ball. Should he miss the red, maybe the only ball that he can leave. Just chasing this break for the time being. A couple of shots away from being perfect. Yeah, it was tougher than it perhaps could have been. Look back a few shots ago, the shot from the blue to go into the reds, he could have well finished a lot nicer.
As I mentioned at the start, 4-4 on their head-to-head. They've not played for 5 years, and indeed Higginson hasn't beaten Wyatt for 8 years.
Well, that was a brilliant safety shot that Jimmy's just played, swinging the cue ball around, lots of left-hand side. Didn't have a lot of room to play with there. You can see how close that pink is towards that corner pocket. Had to judge the arc of the cue ball. Put Andrew in a lot of trouble. And he couldn't find the answer. Well, that's again quite unfortunate. There was always a bit of traffic, bit of congestion to avoid there. Wasn't able to do so, and he's actually landed really awkward, Jim. If he can't
Please declare your colour,
get
Jim.
past them, he's going to be going 2 cushions, probably nestling onto a baulk colour.
Sorry? Green ball. Thank you.
I'm just having a bit of fun with the referee. He's nominated the green.
Foul. You miss. Give me white 1 for Andrew Higginson. Back.
It's not an easy shot he's trying here, Jimmy. Quite a bit of slide off these cushions still.
Andrew.
Needs to pretty
Green ball.
much just miss the red off the cushion, so has to get close to it. Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, certainly not offering up easy chances for Higginson. And these are short matches still, best of 7. If it goes 2-0, Higginson really is then under it. Just a word about one of the newer players, Artemis Zizins from Latvia, just 18. He won his match earlier against Xu Su, just had a great run in the last event in Xi'an, 4-3, 1-3-7 in the decider. That's his first century on the World Snooker Tour. What a way to win it.
I really like that Zizins. He's got this bit of arrogance about him. He's got, you know, youth on his side as well. He plays a good game, very attacking. He's definitely one to watch from Riga, Latvia. We used to have a ranking event out there. It'd be brilliant to see him go far in the game.
Yeah, and tonight we've got Poland's Anthony Kowalski on the main table against China's He Guoquang, so it'll be good to see 2 of the newer players. Of course, right now we're watching a couple of veterans. A few of the bigger hitters have arrived. I saw Mark Allen earlier, which of course he's just lost his world #1 spot, but could get it back in this tournament.
That little shake of the head you can see from Jimmy there. He knows this is a tough safety shot. He's flirting with the corner pocket and the pink, and he's caught the pink. Where's the red going? Well, he did come round and have a look at that red. So, and you could see no raise of the hand from Jimmy. He knew it went, but he didn't intend to hit the pink, because had he missed the red, he would have stuck Andrew right in amongst them.
Well, pink not his favourite ball. And again, catching it there, that's just knocked him out of position. You can see, like you say, he's living every moment of this, isn't he? Every shot.
Jimmy White 4.
Yeah, he's thoroughly focused, isn't he, Jimmy White? Even when he goes back to his seat, you can see he's not taking his eyes off the table. Something that a lot of the younger players could take a leaf out of Jimmy's book with. Very easy to play a bad shot, go back to your chair and spend the next few moments stewing over that mistake. Jimmy looks as if he's really found a good soft focus out there. Well, he got very, very close. I think he may have thought that red was going in. A little look to the heavens because he did fancy it. Couldn't have got any closer without it dropping. And the way that he had to play it was fully commit to the shot. Couldn't get the cue ball out of trouble.
1.
So the first real chance, first real good chance for Andrew Higginson now. A few reds already in open play. Just needs to try and play a few simple shots here, just get a little something going.
7. 8. Ten. Andrew Higginson, 10.
And you can see the frustrations from Andrew. He was willing himself there to just get nicely in. Left himself further away from this red. Still didn't expect him to miss it. So nervy old start to this match for Andrew Higginson.
Yeah, as you say, that was his best chance yet to really get something going, and it didn't come to much. So White 18 to the good. It's true he was involved in so many of the early forays outside British shores in the 80s, some of the matchroom events. In fact, 40 years ago to this very day, he won a tournament in Thailand, one of the early ones played there. Of course, that became a massive part of the tour in the 90s. He played in the early events in China as well.
That very unique address, hasn't he? When he gets down to the shot, you can see how low he digs on the cue ball. Fills you with anxiety, really. You think if you hit that low, surely you're going to chip, but as he comes through, just raises the cue slightly above where he initially aimed.
17.
It's now a good chance to put this second frame to bed. 42 points in front when this black disappears. Doesn't need to concern himself with the two reds closest to him on the side cushion. Two reds in the open, more than enough.
25.
Yeah, he certainly looked the sharper, the more confident of the two. Higginson had the early chance in frame one, and then
32.
a better chance here. Neither came to much. We heard in the interview beforehand, we've seen it already, just the body language. Jimmy White, he's not here just to be part of the show. He still feels he can produce strong performances.
I think that's possibly where this intense focus has come from Jimmy. The fact he still really believes that he can perform to that high level.
Well, 58 the difference, 43 on. Higginson is going to play on, but a tall order from here. If anything, a bit of table time.
1.
You feel if Andrew's going to make a dent in this frame of getting back into it, he has to lay a good snooker here. Has to be from the first one.
Andrew Higginson, 8.
Well, that's a very good attempt from Andrew Higginson. Kept the red in one half of the table, got the cue ball in the other half. But again, quite a simple hit for Jimmy. It's going to have to be a pretty good snooker from Andrew if he's going to get any penalty points from it. Andrew will be looking at the yellow and blue as a possible big target. He does have the option to chip thin off the left side of the red here, try and send it towards the brown, cue ball in behind the black. You got the red part right, how's the cue ball? Well, again, it was a good attempt, would have loved to have just caught it slightly thinner. Yeah, that's very good from Andrew. It's not easy to control that type of shot. He struck it nicely. Not only controlled the cue ball, but controlled the red ball, the object ball. Andrew, every time he lays the snooker, he's trying to get the object ball as close to a coloured ball as possible to leave the possibility of a free ball. But as good as these attempts are from Andrew, they're just not good enough. Jimmy White, no issues with getting out of these snookers at the moment.
Bit of a sigh from Higginson. I can tell you've had another result. Alan Taylor has beaten Aaron Hill 4-2. Andrew Higginson knew what was coming there, hence the disappointment. Oh dear, well that's surely that. He nods his head at Jimmy White. So it's a strong start from the Whirlwind. He's halfway towards a place in round 3 here in Riyadh. He leads Andrew Higginson by 2 frames to 0. So Jimmy White leads 3-0 against Andrew Higginson in his one more, and he'll be into round 3 here in Riyadh to take on Sijarwi tomorrow.
Jimmy White to break.
It was a nervy one from brown to blue, but the blue he potted was superb.
Yeah, it was made better by the fact that there would have still been the disappointment from the brown. So followed it up really nicely with that pot to blue. So 3-0 up Jimmy White. Can he keep the focus that he's kept all match to see out this game, or is there going to be a fight back from Andrew Higginson? He's put up little resistance so far. Can he find something?
Yeah, Graham Dott, I was just saying at the end of that frame, he made 116 in the decider against Julian Leclerc. Now, the winner was due to play Sam Craigie. He's withdrawn, so obviously Dott gets a bye. Ironically, because he himself pulled out of the last event, didn't he? Having won a match against Yang Ander, was unable to continue.
What?
You can see just how quick these tables are playing. That cue ball just carried on rolling, eventually getting top side of the blue. So Jimmy having a good look at the red just above the black. Can he play on that to bring the black into play? Would like to be straight on it, and that looks pretty good.
6. Seven.
Well, he wasn't ideal on that black, and you could see from the bridge hand that he had to make on the top cushion, it was very awkward. Looked very unstable to try and get enough on the cue ball to really do some damage to them reds. Now decision time. Is it worth trying to continue this break? Or he has got the option to try and play a good safety shot. Yeah, I think his discipline is just kind of taken over there. He's sort of got down to take that red on, and little angel and devil conversation in your own mind. Do you go for it? Do you keep it tight? You know, 3-0 up, got a bit of room for manoeuvre, but you don't want to be, you know, doesn't want to let this lead go. But what a pot that is from Jimmy White. Again, chose the latter to attack. Brilliant long pot. And this time he could get into the white well enough to get those reds moving. This is your chance now, Jimmy.
22.
Yeah, going for the jugular here in this fourth frame.
Just lost the cue ball a fraction. Needs to follow it up with a good pot on this blue.
Blue ball.
Yeah, and he just dragged it wide.
23.
Didn't cue it all that well. Was just trying to nip into that cue ball. Very easy when you don't strike it correctly to miss it thin, and he did.
1.
Yeah, Stephen Hendry said once that when you're trying to craft a break, you want the first few shots to be simple. You don't want to be suddenly out of prime position, having to recover early on, because you want to settle yourself into the break, and it didn't happen there. It went wrong quite early.
6.
He missed the blue, so Higginson could have been over, but this is a lifeline.
Seven.
Yeah, it's a chance he just has to take, not... Well, obviously because he's 3-0 down in this match, but you don't want to fly all this way for a big tournament and get whitewashed.
15.
Figuratively and literally. He'd like to just give himself some positives, keeps his hopes alive in this match.
Yeah, and in that players' room, you know, there's a lot of positivity, which is not always the case, it's got to be said, but, you know, everyone recognises the opportunities at this tournament. So, as you say, to come here, not just losing, obviously,
24.
if that to happen, the performance so far has not been anywhere near what he'd be hoping for, but this is the first step maybe to putting that right in this frame.
Yeah, and as you already mentioned, his results so far this season haven't been good.
30.
Didn't win any of his matches in the qualifiers. It's very difficult to get any momentum going. You know, you go back to the practice table, you try and put the hard hours in to get some confidence back. You may be feeling good in practice, but when you're out there in the arena, it's a different situation. The only way to really play well out there is by winning matches. Valuable table time and the confidence you take from winning matches are key.
Well, I like trying to find the form he knows, obviously, that he's capable of.
$46. 77. $54. $55.
So almost out of nowhere, half century from Higginson. Just needs to focus now on closing out the frame at this visit, really punishing that miss blue from Jimmy White and showing him that this match is far from done. You'll need a reasonable sized colour off the red.
63.
Yeah, he's looked good in this break. Completely different to the first 3 frames.
As with a lot of professional snooker players, they're a lot better when they just get on with things and don't look for problems, as you say. Andrew Higginson is a quick player. And when he's in full flow, just plays very much on instinct. This is much better.
$76. $77.
Well, every chance of a century with the double on the last red. So this is more like it from Higginson, and this is what he'll need more of to get back into the match, to apply pressure. But the fact that Jimmy White made one mistake, he didn't come great on the blue, missed it, he's been punished for that one mistake. So that's just sending a message. So it's 3-1, but it's more significant how Higginson won that last frame. One visit, 101 the break. Still trailing, but much better from him.
Well, if there was ever a time to make a break like that, it was then, because Andrew Higginson had absolutely nothing to write home about prior to that break. That was a wonderful contribution. Okay, it came off the back of a Jimmy White mistake, but he still had to stand up and take them.
Well, suddenly things not going his way. Not the miss on the red, it's the fact the red's travelled to where it is over the pocket here.
1.
Well, that was a really poor shot that Andrews played there, and you can see the little smile, because what he's saying to himself now is, why have I not got the rest out, or why did I not go and put the mini butt on the back of my cue? He wasn't set properly for that shot. He's left himself awkward. But that's a very good pot, considering. Had the cue raised, cueing down on that, very easy to miss that type of shot. As well as having the disappointment from the previous one still in your mind.
$4. Andrew Higginson 4.
Yeah, he's livid with that. Having recovered initially with the yellow, that was regulation. And that is the problem, isn't it, when you frame from defeat? You also potentially one miss from defeat, and that could be the one. Well, that's the fear anyway.
You know, as good as that break was from Andrew in the previous frame, it have obviously came into this one with positive thoughts. It's very, very hard, to just turn it on when you need it. You know, the mistakes he made in the first 3 will still be in his mind somewhere.
8.
Andrew Higginson is going to need a lot of help from Jimmy White if he's going to get back in this match.
9.
Well, he's okay. He has got a red available, possibly to the yellow pocket, is available to the middle. So 3 obvious reds in open play, but Jimmy's sights will be set on that pack at some stage. Off the back of this shot, he'll be looking for a route into them at some stage, but that is a poor shot.
19.
That cue ball has travelled on a lot further than he wanted. And again, he's just asked himself a question here that didn't need to be asked. Maybe wise to go into the pack here because of that red that will be available to left middle. Almost a free shot if he hits the bulk of the pack, which he hasn't. If he catches them reds fuller,
22.
he's pretty much guaranteed a shot on that red to middle. And now it's a very awkward one from where he's landed. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Possibly the pot of the match, that, because that was so awkward from where he was. Not just the pot, but trying to navigate the cue ball in and out of balk. That was vintage Jimmy White. And this time does get into the pack and does hit them fuller. Does this red pass?
25.
He's having a good old look. But again, he's on the front foot. You know, the initial red to middle, and then taking the opportunity to try and get into the red to try and win the match. There you go. So the pink wasn't in the way. The break continues. It's worth saying, you know, when Jimmy White turned pro in 1980, there was only one ranking event, the World Championship. The circuit was yet to really grow. But my word, it's changed over the decades, and of course he's been at the forefront of it. Players like Jimmy White who've spread the popularity of snooker have helped to create all these opportunities for the other players. That's why he absolutely deserves everyone's respect for what he's done, what he continues to do for this sport.
And he'll always be a massive name in snooker. That will never stop. As soon as a draw comes out, you scan through it, you see Jimmy's name. Who's he playing?
33.
Everyone's got an interest in following Jimmy White. You know, he's here on table 1. There's 7 other matches in this arena that all in their own right could well be on table 1. But this man, the legend Jimmy White, gets the nod.
38.
He knows this is his chance, Jimmy. And that's why you can see him just steadying himself, taking a second, trying to figure out exactly how he wants to go about this break. Because it could be the winning one.
$39.
Left himself low on this black. He's got options here. Could possibly screw into them, but he does have one available at the back, which is what he's looking at now. In landing on this red, though, he's going to be low on it, which means he's then going to be going through the reds, which is okay, as long as he can get the cue ball in and out, back onto a colour nicely. And I bet he wished he'd played for the single red now, because he took the gamble there, go into them, try and get them open, and it's not paid off. One thing he won't be doing, though, is promoting that red from the side cushion. A consolation piece of insurance for Jimmy White. Already 42 points to the good in this frame. He'll be leaving that single red well alone.
White, 46.
Yeah, didn't want to leave any sort of shot on the red.
One.
Nicely played by Higginson. So the red safe on the cushion obviously is in White's favour in terms of the clearance.
And straight away Andrew leaving himself an unfavourable angle on this red. Didn't want to have to go into them. Should have been straighter on it to have just played through for the black. He's left himself now the wrong side of this blue. It was such a poor shot from the previous black to not get high on the red. Now he's got to navigate traffic in and out of baulk. Which he's not done. That all came from that one simple positional shot from black to reds. To not get at least straight on the red was a cardinal sin, and it's ended up costing him.
Andrew Higginson, 14.
Well, that was a disappointing visit from Andrew, and possibly will be made worse by the fact that the next time he comes to the table he could well be in a lot of trouble. Jimmy's got the chance to get the cue ball in behind the black, push the red towards the blue somewhere. Possibility of a speculative double, which he's got. What a brilliant shot that is from Jimmy White. Played the value there, weighed up the percentages, thought it was possibly the only red he could leave should he have missed it.
Just needs to get on this red. Doesn't need the last red. So this, barring snookers,
8.
it's going to be the winning ball. He's been the better player for sure. Higginson put together that terrific 101. But other than that,
9.
he'll be disappointed with his performance. Not quite done yet. Yellow puts him 39 in front, 35 on.
It's okay.
So 1 snooker to tie as it stands.
Jimmy White, 11.
Thank you.
All in all, it's been a pretty solid performance from that man, Jimmy White. This will be a good win for him, 4-1 over Andrew Higginson, very experienced player. Andrew hasn't played well today, he'll be very disappointed, but that's not for Jimmy White to concern himself with. He was here to do a job and it looks like he's done it. Back-to-back good wins for Jimmy White, valuable ranking points. Sets up a rematch with Sijia Hui.
Can he knock this in and end this contest? I can tell you quickly, Ben Wollaston has beaten Oliver Lyons. We saw Oliver play the first match on this table yesterday, but Ben Wollaston has done the business there.
1.
Andrew would have liked to have kept that red on had it not been over the pocket. The fact he only needs the 1 snooker and the fact he was guaranteed to get the black off the red made that decision for him. And you see 31 points behind. Good decision again to pot the yellow, because that meant he could leave himself nicer on this green to send this green down the table, get the cue ball hopefully welded to that brown. Yeah, that's a good effort.
Higginson, 10.
Would have liked it closer if he could. Yeah, that's a very good hit from Jimmy, because that was trouble. Had to judge the slide off the cushion.
Yeah, he just wants this over, doesn't he? His fans, many fans, have gone through various anxieties over the years. We might as well have another few minutes more before, hopefully from their perspective, he makes it through. Higginson, though, of course, very experienced, and he's got him again here.
Yeah, and he's not just laying snookers, he's controlling the object ball, which is vital. Leaving it close to another colour makes it more difficult. And again, another good hit from Jimmy, but where's the white? He's okay. Well, he's more than okay.
Wow, what a thing to happen. It's knuckled the white and it's running behind the blue. It's rotten luck for Higginson.
It never rains, it pours. So the man who is looking for the snooker is in a difficult one. The green being closer to that corner pocket makes it a bigger target, but it does flirt with the possibility of going in off should he hit the green.
Foul.
And that is that.
Jimmy White 4.
He's allowing Jimmy White his moment here, which is gracious of him.
Yeah, sure.
Jimmy White, who won the first new ranking event to be staged outside Britain, the 1988 Canadian Masters, and as snooker breaks new ground here in Saudi Arabia, he's going to be in round 3.
Thank you. 3.
Well, he's actually snooked himself on the brown. He's not making this easy, but obviously the 3 points help a little. Oh, it's going in.
7.
Don't worry about the wind. He's still going strong at 62. What a legend of our sport. A beloved figure, but from his perspective, he's still here to win. He's not here for a round of applause. He still believes he can do the business. And today he has done. Oh, that's vintage whirlwind.
18.
Long before Judd Trump was playing those sort of shots, it was this man entertaining the masses. So Jimmy White has got the job done. Andrew Higginson struggled early on. He did make a century in the 4th frame, but it's White who books his place in round 3. He'll play Sijawi here in Riyadh. He's beaten Andrew Higginson 4-1.
Well, the whirlwind Jimmy White successfully goes through, where he joins Alan Taylor, the albino assassin, as along with the 2006 world champion Graham Dott and Ben Wollaston from Leicester. Superb performances from them. But as for Jimmy White, he looked like he really enjoyed himself there.
Yeah, he certainly did. He, he looked very relaxed, completely different. I think that maybe that win against Mohamed Shiab in the last round sort of giving him that little bit of confidence, and he looked a little bit more relaxed, that he was enjoying it and expressing himself, scoring a little bit better, a little bit more control of the cue ball, and he was great value for the win.
The bit that people don't necessarily know about Jimmy is how much he loves the sport and how much he still practices.
Oh, he's still a very diligent practicer. He's he still has a great passion for the game, great love for the game. He loves competing. And he still puts the work in, even at the ripe old age of, what is he, 62 now?
We'll call him 42.
But he's playing like a 42-year-old.
Yeah, he is.
But he has to still the exuberance and the love of a 16-year-old, shall we say, for the game.
Absolutely right.
That has never left him.
Well, as for the TV table, it's 2 down and 2 to go. So 2 this evening. But as for the 2 that have managed to do it today, it is James Warren White, who once again defies the odds, and he also Anthony Hamilton, another man who did just that. So it's been one for the veterans. And then as for us this evening, we can look forward to seeing He Gong Chang as well as Anthony Kowalski, a superb mentally strong man. But Jimmy, let's bring you in, mate. Hey. Jimmy, you looked like you really enjoyed that.
I really did, actually. Did you miss it? You missing me or what?
Well, absolutely. We want you here, mate.
I'm very good. That was good. Well done. You played great. You played really well. We're just saying you looked really relaxed, really enjoying it.
Big struggle last night.
Yeah.
He played really well, Mohammed. I know he was on the tour. I nicked a couple of frames, but I've been playing really well, as I said to you a couple of days ago. So, today I felt like I was going to get the important balls, but there's still the odd miss here and there.
Yeah.
And the third game, I've cleared up to win on the black, that match there.
Yeah.
But like I sort of... I didn't go through the brown.
Yeah. But you played a good blue.
Yeah, I regrouped.
Yeah.
So there's little bits and pieces still creeping into the game, but I really do fancy doing the business when I get in, which is nice.
Yeah.
And Jimmy, doing it when you're almost 40 as well.
I know. I'm in my 40th. I'm.
We're just saying, you must feel like a teenager out there. When you get a win under your belt, it gives you that great little bit of confidence, doesn't it?
Well, you know yourself. Me and you, like, we're sort of veterans now. And the thing we do know is when we do know how to win. Mm-hmm. You've got to get on a run. You've got to win a couple of matches, and Andrew Higgins is a real tough player. So, I was pleased just a couple of small errors and a couple of like negative thoughts, but apart from that, it was a good day's work.
We were talking about the fact up next will be Si Jiahui, a man you massively respect, Jim.
Oh, brilliant. He's actually spurred me on because I've changed a couple of things from the queue action. And my first time out was against him. And I lost 5-4, but I was 4-3 down, 70 behind, and I cleared up to go 4 each. Little chance in the last. So I lost that match, but I was so pleased with the way I played. Then I'm playing Dominic Dow the next day in a different tournament. He's beaten me the last 3 times out, so he's bouncing all around the table. I like
loving it.
Playing really well, but I managed to beat him. So, you know, I've kept this rhythm going, and I've been in Bahrain for 4 days before I come here, so I've had lots of practice on Make Tofik, and, you know, just enjoying it. You just got to, you know, like, when you're putting in the hard work and you get results like that, that's what it's all about.
What about this tournament, though? It's amazing, fabulous, isn't it? And what you know, the practice round facilities, even out there.
Yeah.
It's just wonderful, isn't it?
It's absolutely amazing. You know what the Kingdom's done here. You know, bringing the whole tour, letting the local players practice, see how we prepare. And as you was at that academy, I think O'Sullivan's getting one. I remember going to China with Matchroom, Steve Davis, and Barry Hearn. You know, we didn't think it was going to take off in China. And like, look what's happened there. So they've sort of fast forwarded it a bit here. And I think you'll have many tournaments because the prize money's big, so you always have the top players, and the facilities are great.
Well, Jimmy, you were still playing then, you're still playing now. We love to have you here. A fantastic win. It's good to see this guy absolutely flying, by the way. And then you go back to your hostel tonight. No 5-star treatment for Jimmy. That is not true, by the way. But that's for us. We can enjoy some more snooker action, which will kick off actually in about 15 minutes' time. 8 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock British summer time. Whatever you do, don't miss it, because it's all happening here, right here in Saudi Arabia. Good evening, hello and welcome back to Riyadh for day 2 of the inaugural Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters in partnership with the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Billiards and Snooker Federation. What a couple of days it's been and what an afternoon we've had. And if you've missed any of it, let's bring ourselves right up to date.
Anthony Hamilton might be struggling with sighting the balls following an unsuccessful eye operation 4 years ago. But the former German Masters champion retains a fierce instinct for competition. And that shone through this afternoon during his marathon 4-2 second round victory over Mink Nutcharut. You know, it's been a picture-perfect day here in Riyadh, warm with unbroken sunshine, but that didn't stop a whirlwind blowing through. That was 62-year-old Jimmy White, who turned back the clock during a vintage display against fellow Englishman Andrew Higginson. One of the game's true legends was outstanding in defeating Higginson, a former Welsh Open finalist, 4-1, with an array of crowd-pleasing shots included. White, evergreen at the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters.
It really was an afternoon for the veterans. Jimmy White and Anthony Hamilton doing the business and rolling back the clock. Jimmy White was absolutely buzzing, it has to be said, afterwards, both booking their places into the next round. But who will join them? Well, it's very much an international affair this evening. It's China versus Poland in the form of Hergo Chang and Anthony Kowalski, and then it's an all-Welsh affair of Wells versus Jones. But as for us here in the practice room, very much in the heart of Riyadh, I'm delighted to be joined by Ken Doherty and Stephen Holworth. And what a trophy that is, by the way. The question is who will get their hands on that. We call it the Battle of the Bays. But Ken, first of all, a word for Jimmy. He was stood there about 10 minutes ago and properly bouncing.
Wasn't, yeah, rejuvenated Jimmy White. You know, he's absolutely delighted. We spoke about his passion, his love for the game. He still puts in the hours. He still loves being around tournaments. And you could see that, the exuberance around the table, particularly when he's already got over the line. And, yeah, it's great to see, you know, rolling back the years, as you say.
We absolutely love it. And as for Anthony Hamilton as well, I mean, first of all, let's mention for anyone who didn't see it, there was a power cut, which meant for about 10-15 minutes, there was no play. We don't often get to see that. And it was kind of a shock for everyone, but Anthony got the job done.
Yeah, and you know, he had to, at the professional that he is, he had to deal with that, you know, and with all the lighting, the adjustment to the eyes and stuff, there was a lot going on in that game. You know, he made 3 breaks over 50, but the match seemed to just drag on forever. It got very, very scrappy, very tactical. But as you say, Anthony Hamilton showed his class in the end, his experience shone through. No disgrace to Mink, you know, she put in a brilliant performance to tactically compete with Anthony Hamilton, but again, experience shows.
And it was a long one as well. I mean, 3.5 hours. You played till 2 in the morning last night. 3.5 hours, they'd have felt that one.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And it was a sort of a tactical sort of battle, wasn't it? A war of attrition at times. I thought Mink, as Stephen says, played admirably well, and she really put it up to Anthony. You know, potted some wonderful balls. I mean, she potted one blue. You won't see many balls potted all week. Yeah. It was incredible from the jaws of the yellow
really
pocket.
Straight.
But it was great for her. It was a good run out. It was a shame she didn't get to the last frame and go, you know, push Anthony all the way. But yeah, Anthony's experience, I think, shone in the end.
Another Anthony we'll see this evening is Anthony Kowalski. From a mental standpoint, pretty impervious, Stephen, and he certainly thinks so as well.
Yeah, and you know, there's nothing wrong with that if you can back it up. And you know, I've seen a lot of Anthony Kowalski on the Q Tour last season. You know, he's a character, that's for sure, and you know, he definitely backs himself in this game and in any sport really. You need that little bit of arrogance, that confidence, and you know, he says he doesn't feel pressure. If he goes on a deep run this week, we may see if that will come to light. You know, but a tough match against last season's Rookie of the Year, Hergo Chang. It's going to be an interesting affair. Very tough match to call.
Very interesting affair, and let's see what he said ahead of this one.
I'm Anthony Kowalski, I'm 20 years old, and I'm from Poland. I am confident, yes, but I don't know, it's just there. It was always there, and can't explain it really. I don't fear anyone, I like playing in front of people, I just don't mind anything. My form this season is the best since I started playing, basically. I turned pro in June, and I feel better and better every single match, every frame. I'm excited to play in front of the crowd on the TV table, play my next games, try my best. My goal for this season is to play as many matches as I can and win as many as I can. Simple as that. I obviously want to become world champion someday, world number one. I just want to become a legend of the game, really.
Well, he wants to become a legend. He's properly putting his name out there. Yeah. Ken, what can we expect for them? To be a legend, you need to beat players.
You need to beat players, yeah. He's very, very young, exuberant, you know, full of confidence, and that's good quality. There's no doubt about that. I think you're going to see some great pots. hopefully some quick fire breaks as well. We won't see too many protracted or elongated frames tonight, but yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully see some good snooker.
When it is best of 7, how important is a fast and good, strong start, Stephen?
It's massive. You know, we just saw in that last match with Jimmy and Andrew Higginson, Andrew got off to a very slow start, 3-0 down in a best of 7. You're already thinking about the flight home. The first frame is massive, and you know, whoever gets off to the better start today could well go on and win the match. You know, Kowalski is a very attacking player, and he's one of these players that if he gets on a bit of a roll, he can just string off frames very quickly. So Higuo Chan has got his work cut out.
Yeah.
Gents, you've properly teed this one up. So without further ado, let's get the players out, and they'll be joined by Ken. But the first voice you'll hear will be Phil Yates.
Thanks very much, Rancy. Yeah, not a lot of time between sessions today. But I'll tell you what, I think we're in for a treat with this match. It's a session that underlines the international composition of snooker these days. China against Poland. By the way, I will say this, Antoni Kowalski feels pressure. Everybody does. It's just a matter of how much. He might not think as though he is under any pressure, but there is some there. But of course, if he can be nice and calm, collected, that's a massive advantage when you're playing in this arena at this level. That said, though, he's got his work cut out tonight because He Guoquang won the Rookie of the Year on the tour last season. Quite rightly so. And when I've seen him play, I've been impressed. He's got an aggressive mindset. He goes for his shots. He backs himself. And at times he looks very good indeed. "24 years of age against his opponent's 20 years of age. One of those players who wears a glove. That's not because he's feeling the heat in this arena. It's beautifully air conditioning. Just wears it everywhere. That's one of his characteristics. He Guoquang needs cover here, and he's achieved it. Comes into this tournament as the world number 63, and for him that is a personal best. So if he were to win tonight, another PB would be established. As I've said before, this is his second season as a pro, so doesn't have any points to come off at all. Everything he gains sticks. Same thing, of course, for Kowalski.
Well, I
That's one way of getting back to bulk. I'm very fortunate there. Go Chang. Missed the red on the way down, hit it on the way back. Gotta be careful here, Anthony. Keep the cue ball somewhere where it is now, so you can block this red into the left corner pocket.
Feel obliged to give a meritorious mention to Louis Heathcote, who has just beaten Kai Wei Chung of Hong Kong 4-2. Heathcote making a break of 133 in the clinching frame. We like new characters on the tour, Ken. He looks like being a bundle of fun.
Yeah, he's a nice young lad. And as we were saying there in the practice room, you know, he's full of confidence. He wants to become one of the greats. And that's good to have ambition. It's good to have, you know, that confidence and belief in yourself. I mean, it's half the battle in any sport. It's having belief. Go into the practice room and play there all day, but this is where it matters, and you have to believe in yourself. Those that do, well, generally get to the top, as well as work hard, of course, at it. But yeah, he is a character. I played him back in Poland, I think it was Heron Bay, and he was only about 9 or 10, Phil. You could tell then he had a wonderful talent for the game. It's great to see him on the tour.
Only the third professional to hail from Poland after Kasper Filipiak and Adam Stefanov. At the start of the season, when he was introduced onto the tour, and there's an article written about him. Famously, of course, he said he doesn't feel any pressure. Well, Ken, you've got one of the great temperaments in the game's history. You've produced so much good stuff under massive pressure. Surely there must have been some kind of language problem there, because everyone in the history of the game's felt pressure.
Of course you do. Yeah. And it's whether you enjoy it or, I think, is the key. And yeah, they tell you that they're not feeling pressure, but of course they are. And we may see it when it gets down to the nitty gritty of this match or even tight frames, but hey, listen, I don't mind them saying it. We know everybody feels it, even the greats do. And sometimes pressure is good, Phil. Nerves are good, because as most people will tell you, the best players in the world play better when it's under the most intense pressure. They love it.
Well, I think you can break down professional snooker players into two categories: those who feel intimidated by pressure and the other ones who embrace it. Obviously, from what he said, he feels as though he's in the latter group.
I do like the way he goes about his business. Nice cue action and his nice delivery of the cue. Doesn't hit the ball very hard. Yeah, it's just a nice clean strike.
And how did he start to play the game? Well, fell in love with it, and then at the age of 12 he was gifted a table by the Paul Hunter Foundation. Isn't that heartwarming?
I was actually on that table and I had a little practice session with him. But yeah, that is very heartwarming. Did a lot of great work, the Paul Hunter Foundation. I'm sure Paul, looking down, he'd be very, very proud if this man goes on to achieve half of what he achieved in the game. So far, it's been a nice break. He's worked his way into a really sort of frame-winning position here now.
Maybe he doesn't feel pressure. Maybe we're all wrong. He certainly looked very with it during this break. Already won a match here. Of course, he beat Habib Subar from Bahrain in the first round yesterday, helped by a break of 72. The black is missed, but of course it covers the pocket. He Guoquang's first meeting with Kowalski, but now the Chinese player knows full well he's got his hands full.
This looks very good. Oh, what a safety shot there. I'm just going to have to take something like that to maybe force an error here, because that black is a problem covering that pocket. So if they keep playing safety shots, all the reds will go towards that black. So maybe this might break a little bit of a deadlock here. If he doesn't escape from this. No problem hitting the red, but has he left anything? No, he's done very, very well there. Nice tap on the table in appreciation.
Kowalski on the tour as a result of coming through the qualifying school back in the spring. He beat Simon Blackwell to gain his card. In the round before that, he overcame James Cahill 4-3 on the black. You might recall Cahill, known as the Giant Killer. His most memorable giant killing act, Cahill, was beating Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Crucible. As for his rookie campaign so far, Kowalski. Well, he beat Daniel Wells in the first round of the British Open. Wells, semi-finalist in the recent Xi'an Grand Prix. So he's doing okay. And in his first pro tournament, the Championship League, first pro tournament as a member of the tour, he was unbeaten. He didn't win his initial group, but he had 3 draws against Crucible runner-up this year, Jack Jones, former Welsh Open champion Jordan Brown, and against Bulshu Revesh.
Such a dangerous shot to play. Didn't need to play that. He could have played a containing safety shot and just dropped the cue ball on one of these reds on the top cushion. Decided to play a more aggressive shot, but could be costly. Got a lot of work to do here, Coach Chang, but he'd love to get some points on the board and reduce that deficit. That'll do. That little kiss wasn't intended, but he'll certainly take it. He had a decent season last season, didn't he, Guachai? Came Rookie of the Year, had some good wins under his belt.
One of those players who just isn't frightened. He'll take on his shots and bear the consequences. He came through the Asian Oceania qualifying school last year, and talk about hitting the ground running. Made the quarterfinals of the British Open, overcoming the likes of Elliot Slessor and Barry Hawkins. Then he made the last 16 of the English Open, and the same at the Wuhan Open, all in very quick succession.
Yeah, we always talk about momentum in sport, don't we? It's so important. You get a few wins under your belt, a belief, confidence. It's a big part of any sport. And winning sort of becomes a habit. Certainly winning matches.
In that Wuhan Open, in the first round, he beat Kyron Wilson 5-4. He was well behind in the decider. Had a golden slice of good fortune and took full advantage.
22.
Other notable wins last season over Ryan Day, Anthony McGill. He's completely at home on the tour.
Yeah, I'm one of the few players, of course, that wears a glove as well. Obviously feels as that left hand, particularly where the bridge is, it gets a little bit sticky, so likes to use the glove, makes it cue.
30.
go through a lot smoother on the bridge hand. Now imperative in potting this red, leaves a nice angle on the black here. Yeah, that's okay. And if you can play this black off maybe the cushion just before the left middle pocket, try and make some sort of connection on green or yellow with the cue ball, just enough to nudge the yellow out maybe. That would be the shot. It doesn't look like the yellow is potable in the position. He's going to need yellow and green out in the open, and he has the angle to try and dislodge them and still be on the red. He tried it, but I'll tell you, that's not too bad.
Given the juxtaposition of yellow and green, maybe the clearance isn't there, but he's certainly back in the frame. And now yellow and green could be his friend as opposed to being a hindrance. By the way, one match still going on from this afternoon. Lei Pei Fan and Jamie Clark, 3-3, early stages of the decider.
Yeah, it was pretty straight, but he might have been better served playing cushion first, knocking the red in. It would have created a wider angle with the cue ball. Could have got onto the colour much better than it is now. He's on the brown, but he's no angle to get near the yellow. So just a safety shot, and it's a pretty good one.
Round the back and free ball, so what they call a full house, but the cue ball was always going back. So only 4 points given away from that passage of play. He Kuo-Kwang still very much in the frame.
Good chance to bring the green into play. Leave the yellow tight to that ball cushion, but bring that green out. He's going to need it. Kuo-Kwang. Oh, didn't want to bring the yellow out. Needs to miss the blue, otherwise he could leave it. And he has done. It's potable into the green pocket, and green is open now, so yellow and green will be enough to win this first frame. Oh, A little bit slow off that cushion. Could have done with a better bounce. He said he doesn't feel the pressure, Phil. This is a, well, you'd have to say it's a pressure pot. The first frame. Yeah, well played. Good shot, that.
Fine.
He'd like to see the brown in for certainty.
Kowalski, 9.
2 snookers required. With 3 balls on the table. Didn't think he'd come back.
Yeah, probably a case here for Kowalski to just drop the blue over this corner pocket. In or over will do. If he misses it, he leaves it in the jaws and forces his opponent to pot it, and that will make his task an awful lot harder. Go Changs. Oh, hold on. No. Thought that black may come to his rescue, but that's frame over.
Indeed it is, with a half-century break to start, and then holding on, Antoni Kowalski of Poland takes the opener against He Guoquang. It is the evening session on day 2 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. Second round matches still in progress.
Antoni Kowalski to break.
And starting off the session, Antoni Kowalski has made a very bright beginning. So too Ben Mertens from Belgium, who made a 127 break in the first frame. He leads Long Zihuang 1-0. Lei Pei Fan and Jamie Clark, who are in the second wave of matches this afternoon, still battling away 3-3. That's the kind of pots, Ken, he has for breakfast.
Yeah, beautifully cued, wasn't it? Nice and straight. Actually gone a little bit further than he would have liked with the cue ball, but always a nice confidence booster when you start knocking reds in like that. I mean, when you go into the practice room there, Phil, you see a lot of the young Chinese boys practicing. That's the particular shot that he loved playing, either long straight blues or long shots like that down around the back of the black with the cue ball, either holding for the black or back up for the blue. Type of shot that they love practicing, always practicing their technique, and this young man has got a wonderful technique.
Needed some side on the cue ball. None was there. That's why he went straight back into the reds, and that's why he's placed himself in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it was an unusual shot, wasn't it? He actually played, instead of playing the reverse side, which would take the cue ball up towards the blue, he played almost like check side. And that's why the cue ball came back in a straight line into the reds. Very strange shot.
Don't know whether there's any connection, but I've seen Pang Junzhu play that shot a couple of times this season already, where it's almost as if the incorrect side is on the ball.
Oh, I think that red has just gone far enough where Go-Chan cannot cut it into the centre pocket.
What a terrific pot, Ken.
Oh, that was just magnificent, wasn't it? Not only the pot, but look at the little cannon he played on the two reds. Brought them into play nicely on the black, and he's going to free up the black into both pockets now. Just that one shot. What a shot.
8.
He's insistent that he relishes playing in front of people. He clamours to be centre stage, and I think he's backing up his words already.
Yeah, just like I mean, when you watch him hit the ball here, and look how easy he hits it. He just doesn't hit it too hard. He's got a lovely cue action, stays nice and still on the shot. He just lets the cue ball do the work.
16.
He's got a nice demeanour around the table. I do like the way he strikes the cue ball.
70.
of course, Poland's had success in another cue sport, 9-ball. So many
23.
Terrific players from that part of the world. Mieszko Fortunski, Viktor Zielinski, Konrad Jezushin, Daniel Massiol, the list goes on. I'm missing out plenty. Have they found a snooker star in Kowalski?
Well, I hope so, because it would create even more interest in Poland for sure. A lot of people love the game over there. I know Marcin Nisk from Zielongóra, who has a wonderful snooker club there, and has helped Anthony Kowalski as a young lad, playing in his club and coaching him and giving him lots of help and advice. I'm sure he'd be delighted, and I'm sure that lots of people in the club there tonight watching this match,
31.
urging him on.
The thing is, Ken, as you well know, everybody on the tour has ability, but not everybody has an ironclad temperament. If he's got that, he could go places.
Yeah, I think he has that temperament. I mean, it's very early to say in his career. We thought Kasper Filipak had it as well, but didn't last too long on the tour for one reason or another. A very talented young player as well. But yeah, this young guy's already, to me, has shown a wonderful temperament.
I must be completely honest, when he was coming out with all those no pressure comments, I was very, very sceptical. But he does seem as though he's a really cool customer.
Yeah. I think, you know, we're a bit long in the tooth, Phil. We would have heard those comments from certain players over the years that are no longer playing. So, yeah, when you hear with young players coming out, I don't feel pressure. You sort of, you have a little wry smile to yourself. But what I do like about him is belief, confidence. The exuberance of youth, I would say, which is a good thing.
46.
Maybe a little fortunate there. The one kiss he tried didn't quite work out, but he's got the alternative red to middle. And from here, it really should be 2-0.
$53. $54.
Yeah, nice shot.
61.
Just to miss the reds on the way back and have one of them, both of them, into this corner pocket. May help for pink here.
62.
Yeah, excellent break. Good stuff. Totally different to what we watched in the opening match, which was a little bit protracted, but to say the least, this has been very, very open, good, top quality breaks so far.
He's captured the Polish national title 3 times in the last 4 years, and he won on the Q Tour in 2023. Won a tournament there. Clearly improving all the time.
Anthony Kowalski, 76. And the break.
The break concludes at 76, but that's more than sufficient for Anthony Kowalski to double his lead to 2-0. The story this evening in Riyadh at the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters is Poland's Anthony Kowalski. Helped by breaks of 51 and 76, he's quickly built a 2-0 lead over He Guoquang. Other scores, Martin O'Donnell has taken a 1-0 lead over Huang Zhihao. Alfie Burden also 1-0 over Dean Young. Paul Deville and Ian Burns still in their first frame. Andrew Paget of Wales has taken the opener against Switzerland's Alexander Ursenbacher. Also 1-0 for Gong Chen Zi over David Grace. Looks like being 2-0, although not official yet. And Mark Davis and Bolshu Revish have just begun. Or at least they're just about to begin, because that table was vacated by Jamie Clark and Lei Pei Fan. With the Chinese youngster, Lei Pei Fan, gaining a 4-3 verdict. It's amazing what a practice session with Ken Doherty will do.
That was a really good putt from tucked under the side cushion there. Very difficult when you can only see the top of the cue ball. Well, he cued it smoothly. Now, there's no hint of him rolling up behind the yellow here. He's going to take this yellow on into the right middle. Maybe try and get on one of those reds just to the right of the pink, into the bottom right corner pocket. Well, he's played it with a lot of top spin. He's got on one of those reds, but it's into the middle, I think.
3.
That's okay. You can get on the pink here as well. A few deep breaths there. You could see him taking, just puffing the chest out. He knows this is a good opportunity to get some points on the board, and possibility of going 3 frames up with 4 to play. Played that nicely, and that was a really good shot, because what's that done? It moved the reds away from the pink spot, cleared the pink for the left middle and the bottom right corner. It just helps him in this little sort of break of his here. Just a series of little soft stuns and screws and holding the cue ball. This is where your sort of cue ball control comes into play. Delicate little shots around the pink spot.
It's amazing how many players, even some professionals who hit the balls too hard on these kind of tables, he's not one of them. He is a caresser as opposed to a power merchant. He's insistent. He's got a really powerful mind. No reason to disbelieve him on this display, and if that is the case, he will be absolutely savouring this out there on table 1 in front of the TV cameras, bossing the match against the reigning Rookie of the Year.
And we've seen it over the years many times. Players who are used to playing in the cubicles, the outside tables where there's no TV or just stream TV, and when they come out to the main TV table, they're sort of like a rabbit in headlights. But this young man doesn't seem to be like that. He seems to like the attention. Okay, he hasn't been on it many times, but just on this evidence alone, big tournament, big prize money, great opportunities. And so far, this cue action is just really held up. It looks really good. Things can change if he gets to the winning line. That will be the interesting question. Will his game change? Will he tighten up? Will he see the winning line too quickly? And will his opponent put him under a bit more pressure? But at the moment, so Kowalski.
$31. $32. $38.
He's had pretty good success on the junior international stage.
39.
Indeed, earlier this year he was runner-up in the European Under-21 Championship. Not the best there, he was just slightly tentative on the blue.
44.
Yeah, this angle is a little bit more acute now, and he's got to avoid the red that's close to this bottom left corner pocket. Sometimes when the cue ball is running into other reds, it sort of takes your eye off the initial pot, makes the pot that bit more difficult. So just got to avoid that red just close to this bottom left hand cut and try and run it around the angles. Got to be careful he doesn't go in off here. Yeah, and that's the problem. Trying to dig into the cue ball, didn't think he had the angle to go around two cushions.
44.
Missed it by a long way.
That was a scoreboard shot. If he'd been 2-0 up and well in front himself, I think he would have knocked that in. Referee Andrew Barklam cleaning the cue ball. He's off again, Ken.
Yeah, good pot, and nicely on this pink into the right centre. Can screw back off the side cushion for one of these reds. Oh, well, he's got away with it. Unless, there go. Chang is on this red into the right centre, but, well, there's a first little bit of nerves. Disappointed he missed that. He's in total control there. Still has a good lead, 45 points. But that was a really good chance to really go 3-0 up there.
Now that was a really good camera angle. We were with him down on the shot, and the one thing he did there, which is a prerequisite for consistent success from distance, he was as still as a statue. The head just didn't move. Really good signs from him. Really good signs for the man they call the Minister of Defence, because of his name, MOD, Martin O'Donnell. He leads Huang Jihao 2-0. Also 2-0, Ben Mertens over Long Zihuang, and Gong Chenzi over David Grace, who's in a real battle to try and keep his tour status.
Well, you got the second part of the equation right. Got very close to the pot, but he's got his Anthony spot a botter here. Previous shot, the green he played, he could have, should have put the green safe with a 46-point lead. He didn't do that. Left the green out in the open. And should go try and get a chance. Well, that green will be more favourable where it is now than being tight to a cushion. That'll go back.
Not saying this is a crisis, Ken, but in this frame, just a few mistakes starting to creep in for Kowalski.
Yeah, it's a big match for him. It was quite a bit of money at stake. 7,000 is it for the winner? And you know, it would make a big difference to these two guys ranking wise and move them up the table. And of course, you're still in the tournament, a chance to win some more in the next match.
Anthony Kowalski, total career earnings £9,000. Tonight, if he wins, he's on 7 from this tournament alone. So yes, underlining your point, it is a big match.
Well, this requires dead straight queuing. Ooh, we'll have a look at the cue pair. Great attempt. He's been unlucky there where the red is finished. Have a look at the zip he gets on the cue ball. Wonderful queuing.
Right into the heart of the pocket, and from here, already with a 43-point lead, Kowalski will be thinking, I should win the frame at this visit.
7.
Didn't get into the cue ball and hit it as hard as he desired. He's not on this red the way you would have wanted. He's still got a pot on it, but having a look at the scoreboard, 49 points in the lead. He'll still play this as a shot to nothing. Cue ball back into the bulk area. He'd love to see the red go down because he'd be in control of the frame. Looks good. Very, very good. And look where the cue ball was finished. If he missed, and now total control. Roll up behind the brown.
Brown ball.
Put his opponent right under the cosh.
And that's another vital component of a successful pro snooker player. You need to be ruthless. Relentlessly ruthless.
There's a great saying in sport, Phil. When you're behind, you never give up. But when you're ahead, you never let up. Never give your opponent the opportunity to make that comeback. Good hit, but it's going to cost them the frame, you would feel.
Yes, some of the giants of snooker over the years have been simply outstanding frontrunners. The two greatest players of all time, Stephen Hendry and Ronnie O'Sullivan, very easily come to mind. Hendry loved winning by the heaviest margin imaginable. If he was 5-0 up, he wanted to make it 6.
Six. Seven.
So Ken, another frame has gone west.
Yeah, another frame has gone west, and good performance. Okay,
12.
a few little slip-ups in this frame, but managed to pull out some good pots when he needed to. Totally dominating this match.
13.
And it's not like his opponent has done that and completely wrong or missed a lot of easy balls. He hasn't. It's just that Anthony Kowalski has been extremely ruthless and dominant in this match so far. That one's gone wrong, but frame already in the bag.
16.
Yes, the inaccuracy of Kowalski with the cue ball far too late to affect the outcome, and he's playing a trick shot. That was almost unbelievable. The old banana shot didn't quite come off, but a 3-0 lead most certainly has. This youngster from Poland has got the X factor.
Plays at a nice pace as well. See, just a couple of times just back with the cue and straight through. Not the best result there. Actually think he was playing on the red into the left corner pocket, but just didn't push the cue ball through far enough. He's gone too far. He wanted a hole for the black.
15.
Too far. Now, has he got the pink? Has he got enough of the pink into the left centre? He's looking at the angle, so maybe he does. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball because of the proximity of the red up towards that green pocket. This is a very acute angle. Pink into the left centre. No.
Anthony Clarkey, 15.
The pink really was high tariff, but the way he's been playing and the way he believes he should pot everything, there was a part of me thought he would get it. Now can her Guoqiang initiate a comeback? He got through his first group in the Championship League to start the season, beating Ronnie O'Sullivan actually.
Bramble.
And when he gained his his tour card last year, he was over the moon. So appreciative of the chance to play at the highest level. Originally from the Hunan province, but his family moved to Shenzhen when he was 3. Great environment, of course, for snooker in that city. His father loved the game, and it went from there. But tonight it's just not happening. Ken, you've been out there, you've experienced the highs and the lows. When you're not performing and the match is slipping away, it's a horrible feeling.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And particularly when you've, been sat in that chair for a long time, you haven't had a chance to really get your cue arm going. And when the chance comes along, it's quite difficult. Your arm is cold. You don't have that nice feeling. A little bit stiff. Now, was he on this pink into the left centre? Once again, didn't get the desired side on the cue ball. Cue ball and red, very, very close to each other. I think he may have enough of the pink to be able to pot it, but certainly not straightforward, very missable. Bridging over the other red, hitting down slightly on the cue ball. Good shot. He had to actually swerve that slightly. He's done really well there. He wasn't on that. It was a slight swerve. That's why he was hitting down on it. A little bit of right hand side. Just swerve it around the red. Well, not a good shot. Now can he?
Although this red's close to the pocket, it's not a gimme.
No. And it's hard to control, isn't it? The cue ball.
Wow, miss. Anthony Clarkey, 7. D. Guoqiang, 4.
Well, he tried the most delicate of contacts, but he made no contact at all. Now can He Guoqiang get going before it's too late?
4.
Just flicked in off the near jaw, which is something they don't always do. That red. News of Mark Davis. He was 56-0 down against Bolshu Revesh in the first frame. Cleared up with 75 to the pink to draw first blood. And of course, Ken, you've got really good memories of playing Mark Davis. I believe you beat him in the first round when you won the World Championship in '97.
I did, yeah. It was a very close match against Mark Davis, 10-8 in the end. And it was a match I had to win, Phil, to keep my top 16 place. And of course, once I won that, then the pressure was off. But yeah, he's been around a long time, Mark Davis. Bags of experience. And still playing good snooker. Oh, he's missed it as he left anything. Is this red potable at the bottom of the pack? I don't think it is. He's having a good look. Anthony Kowalski. Now let's see, is this red? It must be pretty tight. Well, that is tight. That is tight. Nah. Actually didn't think that was on, to be honest. But
Ken, I'm sure you'll agree with me, even at the highest level, sometimes players fall victim to wishful thinking.
yeah, that's very true. They sort of hoping that it's on, sort of convinced themselves to take it on even though it's not. No. Wow. Didn't have to hit it too hard. Because he did, just lost his cue action slightly. That's the difference in the two cue action. Watch how he hit this. You see the pace he put on it. He didn't have to do that. He sort of was hedging his bets a little bit. Now the nerves are creeping in, Phil. We can see them. It's quite evident, you know, as he's getting, as I said, like that was the question, you know, as he gets close to the winning line. Is he going to balk? Is he going to twitch? Is he going to get nervous? But there's certainly cracks shown already.
And there was I thinking he doesn't feel pressure. I'm being sarcastic. Of course he does. It's been a really good day for snooker's youth. This afternoon we had an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old winning. Kowalski's 20. What about Gong Chenzi, 17 years of age, 3-0 up on David Grace. 3-0 also for 19-year-old Ben Mertens over Long Ziwang.
forget the young teenager Jimmy White as well that won this afternoon in fine form. He's back for his next round tomorrow against CJ Weed. That should be a cracker. Ooh. Well, how about that for a bit of fortune?
Yeah, Jimmy White's been a professional for 44 years now, which is the combined age of these two.
I wonder, can these lads still see themselves playing 40 years' time, Phil? Quite incredible.
Well, there was a precedent set. It's someone you and I, Ken, were talking about earlier, Fred Davis, who retired from the professional game when he was 78. One thing about Fred Davis I think will not be repeated. Turned pro at 16 and used the same cue throughout his career.
That was a very, very dangerous. He could have rolled. See the two reds that are close to the right hand side cushion as we look. He could have rolled into them, played a containing safety shot and waited for a better opportunity. Played a more risky shot. And it's going to cost him, you would feel. Oh, but there's another poor shot from Anthony Kowalski. Not top side of the blue. So he's going to have to play mid-range red here. Black, pink, he'll be waiting.
6.
Nice shot.
He's definitely got something. One to keep an eye on. If he does get through today, he will play another youthful talent in the next round, Wu Yiza.
Tried to go into red and pink there,
14.
just to hold the cue ball. So red, a little bit more difficult now. Very good recovery.
15.
He's not 100% using the rest, but I think he's been very impressive with it in general.
Yeah, he's put some good balls with it. He's got a nice angle on the yellow now as well. He can stun up down the left-hand side of the table for this red, just to the right of the black, and that's nearest the right-hand corner pocket. Oh, needs to go or slow down. It may end up on top of the black.
17.
Oh, is he okay? I think he's okay. I think it just slowed up enough. He's just being a bit fortunate there. Yeah, he's okay.
Again, a little generous off that near jaw, because that wasn't trickled.
He's got a nice angle, Phil. He could play for the loose red, or he could try open those two reds. He's playing for the loose red. Not going into the middle of the pocket, these balls, but they're still going in. Now, can he pot this red? Leave a nice angle on the black. He's had a quick look at the scoreboard. Red and black will put him 33 points. So he'll need one more of those reds with a high value colour to leave Guo Chang needing a snooker. So imperative he gets a nice angle on the black when potting this red. He got the pot, but he doesn't have the angle. He can only pot this black for points. And it would be an important 7 points. He could put a colour safe, but I'm not quite sure I'd recommend that. I'd rather the 7 points, because then he would only need one red and colour to leave his opponent needing a snooker. Definitely the 7 points are worth taking. It's a wonderful attempt to break up the reds. Great effort.
.33 in front, 43 on. He would love to see a colour safe, a colour welded to a cushion.
Anthony Kowalski, 33.
He didn't get the red safe. This is cuttable. Oh, so close. Well, that could be the end, Phil. Red and colour required. Just hasn't gone as planned for Guo Chang.
Yeah, that's the frightening thing about professional snooker. You never know when these days crop up. It's been a horrible day for Guo Chang. A perfect day for Antony Kowalski.
Yeah. It's a good performance. Maybe the double here to finish. But he's in a commanding lead, 41 points, 36, 35 on the table, double to finish. Yeah, lovely. I must say, very impressive performance. Okay, got a little bit ragged towards the end. Understandable. But overall, I think he's cued beautifully, looked nice and calm, very confident. He's got a good cue action, and most importantly, he's got a very good temperament.
Yes, living up to the hype. Cool customer. Kowalski made breaks of 51, 76, 44, and in the end completed a very emphatic 4-0 whitewash over Guo Chang. Kowalski into the third round to take on Wu Yize next.
This afternoon, the other Anthony Hamilton, took 3.5 hours to win 4 frames against Mink. Well, the Anthony I've got next to me, however, didn't need nearly that amount of time, bettering He Guochang in 4 frames. It was fairly dominant stuff. He said he's a confident man. He says he doesn't really feel nerves. I'm joined by him now. Anthony, you are a professional now. How is professional life treating you?
It's brilliant. I mean, I've always dreamed of being professional. As I've told a lot of people this already, but I think I've wasted 4 years of my career because I was able to turn pro when I was 16. I've had golden chances already. So, yeah, but I'm happy. I will try to show everyone that I'm a very good player.
What does this tournament mean to somebody like yourself? So your first year as a professional, not even really a month into it, yet you're playing here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a comparison to other venues because I wasn't playing them basically, but this was phenomenal, and I'm just very glad to be here, and I'll enjoy every minute.
Stephen, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, he's a very confident guy, isn't he? He's not shied away from letting us know that. I played him a couple of times on the Q Tour last year, and he gave me the treatment last year as well. So I get the impression from you, though, you really relish these sort of opportunities and these big moments. Being out there on table 1, that's a bit of you, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the attention overall, but on snooker-wise, I like the attention. So I like playing on TV tables. I don't mind if, I don't know, thousands of people are watching. I'm just playing the game.
Yeah. Well said. Something that Stephen and I were talking about is that when you were 12 years old, something very special was presented to you. What was that thing?
I've been given a full-size snooker table from the Paul Hunter Foundation, and I'm still training on it, by the way. It's made in Mexico City. And yeah, I'm just blessed, to be honest. These perfect conditions to train, to practice for tournaments, and yeah, very, very lucky man.
You talk about a legacy, Stephen. That is amazing to think that a gift has now turned into a professional career.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? That opportunity was presented to him, but then what you make from that and what you take from it going forward is what counts, and just referencing to this event in general, in this part of the world, in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, first ever ranking event. In 10 years' time, we could be stood here with, Ziad Al-Kabani from last night, 14 years of age. It's about inspiring the young generations, and obviously he's a living proof of that.
Absolutely right. And in terms of your mental state, how do you feel when you are about to walk out? What goes through your head?
Walk to the arena.
Yeah, well, just the idea of, we spoke about the fact that maybe nerves aren't a thing for you, but how do you actually feel?
Yeah, I'll tell you about this match. I was here like 45 minutes before the match, and in this play it's freezing here, so it's freezing cold. So I went outside to warm myself a bit, and I just went to the arena. I wasn't shaking anymore, so I was pretty chill, and yeah, I just started playing.
So just to be clear, if you're shaking, it's not because of nerves, which is amazing.
Never.
And by the way, there's an amazing connection that we've got to the next match we're going to be seeing. What is that, Stephen?
Yeah, so Daniel Wells is obviously taking on Dwayne Jones in our next game on table 1. Daniel Wells was actually the first ever recipient of the Paul Hunter Scholarship years ago, which gave him the opportunity to practice in Sheffield. So great link. And obviously Daniel had a brilliant run to the semi-finals of the Xi'an Grand Prix last week. So it could be another brilliant match ahead.
Well said, sir. And Anthony, massive congratulations to you. You are looking in fine fettle. Well, that took place on the TV table. There's also action happening on 7 other outside tables, properly captivating stuff, including the 2006 world champion Graham Tott, who beat Belgian Julien Leclerc, 26 years his junior, to go through. He'll be joining Leicester's Ben Wollaston and China's Li Peifan, who did so in a final frame decider. The albino assassin Alan Taylor, Stuart Carrington and Lewis Heathcote all won by 2 frames, but Ishpreet Singh Chadra from Mumbai managed to do the job, just conceding a single frame. But as for our TV table action, it is 3 down and 2 to go. It's all about the veterans until, Anthony, it was Anthony Hamilton, it was Jimmy White, the man stood to my left, Anthony Kowalski, but who else will be joining him? Will it be Dwayne Jones or his Welsh compatriot, Daniel Wells, who spoke to someone recently?
Daniel, how are you feeling coming into this event off the back of course, getting to the semis last week in China?
Yeah, obviously I had a good run last week, so it's always good to come into a tournament with a bit of form behind you. It's been a quick turnaround, so practice hasn't been what I'd usually have coming into an event, but hopefully I've got a lot of matches under my belt, so hopefully that can run into this competition, really.
Yeah, for those that didn't follow the event, the other semi-finalists, Kyron, Ronnie and Judd. So, I mean, you were in great company, weren't you?
Yeah, it was nice. My wife sent me a picture of the semi-final lineup, and it was like a proud moment, really. Obviously, when you're in those situations, you want to go on and try and win the event, but Judd outplayed me in the semi-final, really, and I didn't put up a great performance. So, hopefully I can reset and refocus and try and have another run here.
Tonight's an all-Welsh affair. Dwayne Jones, are you friends, the two of you?
Yeah, we're good friends, me and Dwayne, and we go back a long way from playing in the Welsh Juniors in Cardiff. Probably I was about 14 when I first played Dwayne, so yeah, we've got a lot of history and good friends off the table.
And finally, what do you make of the setup here? It's a unique event, this, everybody at the venue and a great venue.
Yeah, it's a great venue, it's beautiful. It's a privilege to be here, and really looking forward to getting going now.
We look forward to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dave Hendon. It's all about the Ds. Dave Hendon, Dwayne Jones, Daniel Wells. What can we expect from an all-Welsh affair here?
Well, obviously there'll probably be a little bit of competitive needle between the two, both from Wales. They both want to get one up over one another, but I think off the back of that week that Daniel Wells had last week, I spoke to him in the Players' Lounge the other day, and he was a little bit disappointed by the performance he put in against Judd Trump. But once the dust has settled and that prize money lands in his account, that will soon be forgotten. I fully expect Daniel to come here full of confidence, and he could play really well tonight. But it could be a close match.
And especially because they know each other so well. The Welsh contingent, always hard players, but know each other well.
Yeah, and there's so many great players, isn't there, from Wales? So it's always, they're all so competitive. They want to always get one up on one another. It could go either way. You could make a case for either. Dwayne Jones got back on the tour this year through the Q Tour playoffs over in Bosnia, so he's going to be full of confidence. It's a really tough one to call, but I think Daniel Wells is definitely going to have the more confidence of the two.
And just a little note for a man who sadly passed away recently, an absolute Welsh snooker legend.
Yeah, absolutely. Ray Reardon he gave so much to the sport. Even the younger guys can appreciate the legacy that he left on the game. It was a really, really sad day for snooker in general. And these guys that are playing, the Welsh lads, they've probably got a lot to owe to him. We all do.
Well said, sir. Well, we can now get the action underway and find out who indeed will be the best Welsh player on this night. Dwayne Jones, Daniel Wells, time to get the action underway. So this man's going to head off to the commentary booth. So the first voice you'll hear is Dave Hendon.
Yeah, the last match on the main table tonight, as we've been hearing, an all-Welsh match. Daniel Wells certainly the man in form coming in off the back of that terrific run to the semi-finals of the Xi'an Grand Prix just last week. But Dwayne Jones is actually qualified for a couple of big events coming up, the Wuhan Open and the British Open, so he's going to be busy and looking forward to those events as well.
It is a hit.
You have to just set any sort of past relationship, any friendship aside. It's a big event, this. Obviously they both want to progress this evening. The winner plays Zhao Gudong in round 3 tomorrow. But certainly after his exploits in China, Wells has gained a bit more experience of being on the main table with the extra space and the TV lighting and all the rest of it. So that may be a factor here.
Good game, Daniel. All the best.
Olivia Martil, the referee.
Thank you. The first frame, Dwayne Jones to break.
Yeah, Daniel Wells out in Xi'an, he beat the likes of Tepchara Nu, Dominic Dale, Barry Hawkins. Judd Trump beat him in the semis, but some terrific wins. I mean, you commentated on that, Stephen. To do that early season in a big event, to get those points and the prize money in the bank, he must be feeling good coming into this.
Yeah, I expect Daniel to be full of confidence, and as I mentioned just at the top of the show there, I spoke to him in the Players' Lounge and he was really disappointed by the performance, which I think tells you a lot. The performance against Judd Trump, that was. I think that tells you a lot about Daniel Wells. He's got high expectations for himself. It was a big semi-final. It was his third semi-final. He's never been past that stage, so when the dust settles, he'll take a lot of confidence from it. And this is a match that he'll definitely want to win. Two Welsh players involved, a lot of good snooker players from Wales.
Yes, I mean that's one part of the world that does have a rich snooker history. Daniel is that chalk, the finished chalk, because it's circular, it can roll if you drop it. That's what happened there. But yeah, they'd have been steeped in the game really from boyhood. It's just been in the bloodstream in Wales.
And it just shows you as well, you never know what's around the corner in this game. You've just got to keep batting, keep plugging away, and sometimes things can go your way. Daniel Wells very nearly went out in the qualifiers of Xi'an, came through a deciding frame against Ali Carter. And, you know, we obviously saw him go on to make the semi-finals there. Could well have gone further if it wasn't for Judd Trump, who is just, well, a force to be reckoned with at the moment. And everyone here this week will be hoping that this is going to be their week, because what a week it would be. Well, and what a fluke that is from Dwayne Jones. Holds his hand up. Tried to snip the red thin into right corner. He snipped it thin all right, but onto the other red and then in the pocket.
Yellow ball. Dwayne Jones 1.
Wells is actually out of the Wuhan and British Opens. He didn't qualify for either, so even though he had that great run in China, it'll be a bit of a gap after the English Open till his next snooker, once he's eliminated from this event. This is close to the pink.
Foul on a miss. Dwayne Jones 6.
He's going to go back. Olivier Martial, the man in the white gloves. Works actually as a health professional back in Belgium, so he's not going to get stressed here. He's seen a lot worse than a snooker match.
What, you mean there's things more stressful than the game of snooker?
I know that's news to snooker players, Stephen, but there is another world out there.
This way and the red that way.
No, I'm not having it. There isn't.
Dwayne? Yeah. Thank you.
Expect Daniel to go a lot closer to this pack. It's a very big target. Just trying to rest up to the little cluster of 6.
There's various routes now to get back on tour if you drop off. Dwayne Jones came through the Q Tour Global Playoffs in Sarajevo, of all places. So again, another sort of new territory, Bosnia, for the game. Beat Liam Davis 10-9.
Yeah, I actually watched that game, and well, I've never been on edge so much in my whole career, and I wasn't even playing. You know, there was a lot of talk about Liam Davis going into that playoff, you know, as a youngster coming through, exciting young player. Eventually, obviously, did get on the tour, won the event straight after the juniors. But wow, that was so intense, that 10-9 win, and fair play to Dwayne Jones. He really held himself together in the end. Because it's a long old season, that Q Tour. He plays 7 events around the UK and Europe. If you don't win the Q Tour itself and get top spot like Michael Holt did, you go to the playoffs.
Yeah, we're already seeing some of that tablecraft that, as I say, they would have learnt these two from a young age, playing in the Welsh junior ranks. Mentioned Ray Reardon there, of course, who passed away recently. I mean, he didn't turn pro till he was in his mid-30s, because there wasn't a pro game really outside the World Championship, no living to be made. Times have really changed.
So Dwayne Jones in control of this little safety exchange for the time being. Daniel, again, not able to play a real telling return, just containing things. It's quite a nice target up in baulk, that yellow just being off its spot. Makes getting in behind yellow and brown a big target. There's a lot of traffic down this right side, and as you can see, again, Dwayne just choosing to leave availability down the right side for Daniel, but not necessarily a route back to baulk. Well, that red being in baulk is causing problems. Referee Olivier Martil just declaring the touching ball, but what value it is to him, there is none, so little nod to one another, happy for a re-rack.
Yeah, he just had a look at things there, and I think they both agreed that there was no point if they're just going to be tit-tapping, so a quick decision was made by the players to set them up again. So we discard all that from the memory banks, and we're going to start the match again. Just on the other scores, Ben Mertens, we've seen so many young Europeans doing well. He's 3-0 up now against Long Jihang. Bushku Reves, Hungary, 1 each with Mark Davis. Paul DeVille, he's actually a university student. He's here as a top-up player. He's 3-0 up on Ian Burns. Martin O'Donnell close to victory over, in fact I think he's just beaten Zhuang Jiao 4-0. Dean Young 3-2 up on Alfie Burden. Alex Serson back at 2-1 up Andrew Paget, and Gong Chen Zi 3-2 up on David Grace. The other match is in progress at the moment.
The first frame.
So we've had a re-rack. We start again. Daniel Wells and Dwayne Jones, an all-Welsh match here. Last match on the main table on day 2, round 2 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. Should say, by the way, to Jimmy White fans who tuned in earlier, he'll be back on the main table tomorrow, second on against Si Jiawei. We open up with Stuart Bingham against China's Xing Shihao.
So, possible chance of a long red for Daniel Wells. He's just having a little look at the red to right corner, trying to find his cue ball around the back of the black and red, possibly out for blue or baulk colour. Yeah, and beautifully struck. That would have felt good.
One.
I would have loved that cue ball to have pulled up this side of the baulk line. Such a good long red may just amount to one. Cued it nicely, stayed with it the whole way. You could see as that cue went through how still he stayed on that shot. That's very important.
And Wells, one.
So even though he'd be disappointed that the long red didn't get him nicely in, he's got control of the table.
There's definitely an extra edge of respect between them because they've been playing each other for so many years. Actually, as sort of senior players, only two meetings. One was in the Q School, which Wells won back in 2015, and then in the World Qualifiers 2021, Jones was triumphant. But there's been a lot of matches before that, of course. I think he felt he got that.
Well, obviously he's left the red, but the cue ball has gone close to that side cushion, which makes Dwayne's job of getting that cue ball nicely on his next colour more difficult. And in playing it with such pace, he may not get out of that corner. He wasn't really able to get much action on the cue ball at that sort of pace. It was always going to almost reverse and sort of cling to that area of the table. As it happens, he's landed on the brown, but he doesn't look tempted because he can't get nice on his next red.
Dwayne Jones, one.
There you see him having a quick look. He was looking to cut off that left side of the table from Daniel Wells. Doesn't want to give him the option to just rest into the pack, but I think he can. So it's taken a very similar path, this one, as the first frame did. Oh, but that could be a mistake. It is a big mistake. So it was a big target for Daniel Wells to aim at there. He's slightly misjudged it.
One.
So the red just left of the black is causing slight problems. Would like to get rid of that as quickly as possible. Just wonder what sort of angle he's got on this black, if any. Maybe just slightly high of straight. Well, he's got a little bit of angle there, you can see. Does he play a little cannon to the red? try and push it on. He did. Well, it could have been better, but he does have a shot at this red.
8. Thanks. 9.
Mentioned at the start he's qualified for the Wuhan and British Opens, but more impressive really. So you beat Luca Brissell, last year's world champion, to get to Wuhan, and Dominic Dale, who's been in great form in the British qualifiers as well. So he must be feeling good coming here. Plenty to look forward to for Dwayne Jones.
Yeah, so a few moments ago, Dwayne Jones had a little look at these 2 reds directly above the black. Fancies them being close to a plant. And they are.
$15.
Now, has he possibly set up another plant? 2 reds directly above the black again. He may have just pushed them on to a plant to left corner. Just having a good look at this. Needs to make sure if it is, because if he plays on it, he's going to be leaving the cue ball low, which means he's going to be going into the reds. Well, it's going to be the 3-ball plant, so he's playing the single red onto the 2 that looks set to this left corner.
22.
Needs to catch this one right. Could be pushing a few more reds into play with this shot. This now a key shot.
$23.
Cannon to the pink would be nice. Yeah, that's good. That's okay. He's perfect on this red to keep this break going. He's got one more obvious red that is loose before he needs to look at playing any cannons to the cluster.
29.
That was a nice shot he played from the blue there. A lot of left-hand side. Difficult little one to control. He controlled it perfectly.
Best run in a tournament, semi-finals of the German Masters 2019. He got to walk out in one of the great settings in snooker, the one-table setup at the Tempodrome in Berlin. Packed house in front of very, very enthusiastic fans. But of course, since then has had to a couple of times get back on tour.
It just shows you the long road that snooker can provide at times. You know, as players, you often have a lot more down moments than there are highs, but that semi-final for Dwayne, very much a high in his career. So a little glance at the score. The cannon to the pack has not gone as intended. Don't think he can clip that red thin into left corner, so no, just the safety shot. Making sure he doesn't leave a tempter for Daniel Wells.
Dwayne Jones, 44.
No, he hasn't left a tempter, but Daniel Wells has a chance here to put Dwayne Jones in trouble. If he can play off the red just right of the pink. A little bit thicker than he would usually. Could find the green up behind, could find the cue ball up behind green or brown. It's a good line. How's the pace? Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, and danger now. These reds spread out as they are, so this 44-point lead wouldn't count for much if Wells got an opening.
It was like a mini game of chess, that, because the shot that Dwayne Jones just played previous, he must have gone back to his seat pretty much knowing that he was going to be in trouble the next time he came to the table. He almost asked to be in trouble there. Left that option for Daniel Wells and he executed it nicely. And it's created a chance. Dwayne was playing the thin edge back to balk.
Century in the last frame for Gong Shenzi to beat David Grace 4-2. Ben Mertens won 4-0. Paul Deville about to win 4-0 against Ian Burns.
Daniel just taking his time here. He doesn't like the shot that he's faced with. He's got a thin one to right corner that is not much value because of the red beyond the blue, so he's looking at the one above the blue now. It's took a while to come to this decision. Yeah, and in the end he's played it well.
Wow.
That was a good pot. It was quite thin, this. And again, playing it with a little trace of side to check the cue ball back up to avoid going anywhere near the middle pockets. Well, he's one good positional shot away here from turning this into a good chance to at least get back in this frame. Can he control the cannon from the blue? No, he's lost the cue ball.
6. Daniel Wells, 6.
So Dwayne Jones will be relieved that he's still in front by 38, but as I say, it's an open table. The score less significant really than where the balls are. He's got no balls safe here. Bobby Byrne and Dean Young just starting at a decider. And we've got Marco Fu and Liam Davis just starting on table 2. That's an interesting one, because Liam beat Ken Doherty last night in a really late finish, 4-3.
So Dwayne Jones just not prepared to take any risks, and I don't blame him. He's got an advantage in this frame and he wants to try and keep Daniel Wells out for as long as possible, so again just playing the containing shot. Daniel has got control of this exchange though. He's just willing Dwayne to try something a little out of the blue. Safety back to Bork or an attempt at pot, anything just to try and create an opening from him. Well, I'll be pretty pleased with that, Will Dwayne, because Daniel hasn't got the easiest safety shot in the world, and in playing this, just rolling up to Bork, it's possibly given control of the table back to Dwayne. Well, as he angled him on that red, that cue ball is welded to that jaw of the pocket. Can he see the red? Yeah, I don't think he can see the correct side of that red in Bork, so no option to play that. Possibly trying to pot red to right corner. Oh, and that was such a good attempt. How close was that? Daniel just setting himself properly. He appreciates this is a good chance now. If he can just get nice on his first couple, he could be away. Doesn't like it. He just potted that a little thicker than he would have liked. Had he hit the red slightly thinner, the cue ball would have travelled on.
Yellow ball.
Yeah, brilliant pot from Daniel. Almost forced himself into taking that one on because he didn't land nice on his colour.
3.
And I suppose if anything he could have landed nicer on this next red as well.
Day 2 of 9 here at the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. We play a round a day, so this is round 2.
Frame, Daniel Wells.
It's the last 112, and Daniel Wells And Dwayne Jones underway. Jones won the opener. Best of 7 to play Zhao Guidong in round 3. So tomorrow in round 3 we get the latest batch of seeds coming in, including the likes of Neil Robertson, Stuart Bingham, Jack Lazowski, Si Jiawei. So some real big hitters. The players just outside the top 16. Really interesting match just getting underway on table 3. Stan Moody against Liam Pullen, and they're only of course youngsters starting their second years on tour, but they've got a bit of a rivalry already from their junior days, so that's maybe a match we'll be watching plenty of times in the coming years on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, for sure. I think they've both got good careers ahead of them. They played out the WSF Junior Final, the tournament which Stan beat Liam Pullen in the final to turn pro. That was in Australia. Yeah, it's great to see though, isn't it? Two youngsters with an early rivalry, and who knows how far they can both go in the game. Well, what a shot that is from Daniel Wells. That plant was not dead set.
One.
Had to make it. Went for it full-blooded. And look at the Reds now. He's one good pot away from being absolutely plumb here. That was a brave shot to take on because, as I say, it wasn't dead set, so he had to make that plant. He was obviously very confident over it. And now this blue is a massive shot all of a sudden. Awkward cueing. He needs to just steady himself here, Daniel Wells. This is a really big shot, because if he misses this, he's leaving everything. If he gets it, he's got everything there for him.
Just not nice cueing, is it? He's hampered. You see the referee on the spot, just in case he catches a red.
He has to commit to the pot. Just pot the blue, you'll have something to go at.
Middle of the pocket, so now the chance really is there for Wells to get going here.
6.
Yeah, great chance. He's looking for red and blue here, and then play down for the red, possibly over the left corner pocket, to just open the black up into both corner pockets, and then he's away. If he can land on another red in such a way that he can get on the black into right corner, that would be ideal. Just recycles that red over the corner. No, he's played on it now, so as I say, we're clearing this bag now, which is ideal.
$13.
Now it's about trying to keep things simple and just get involved in this frame in this match. He knows, of course, any slip up, they're all there for Dwayne Jones, but he's coming in, as we keep saying, feeling good. And he's a pretty heavy scorer, Daniel Wells. He made 97 career centuries, so could well be this week he gets to the 100.
And last week in Xi'an as well, he made a lot of 50-plus breaks. In pretty much all the frames he won last week, he was close to 50 or more in every frame, so shows you that every time he was getting in, he was doing some heavy scoring, which at this level is pretty much everything. If you can score heavy at this game, you've got half a chance. Long gone are the days of scrapping out frames of snooker. Eventually you'll come unstuck. You have to score heavy. And this is the sort of table you would see at the start of the day down the club for the professional players. You just chuck them out, get your arm going, put them all in easy positions as they are. But as you know, this is not an easy position to be in. We're in a massive ranking tournament. Yes, the balls are perfect, but Daniel still needs to be in control of his focus here.
Yeah, and there are so many subplots in snooker these days that we like to keep on top of. One of them is the Players Series. That's a big 3-event series. Starts with the World Grand Prix for the top 32 on this year's ranking, so 1 year's points. Now, obviously, Wells getting to the semis in Xi'an. He's already well up the list for that, but 34. He's out of a couple of tournaments coming up, so this Saudi Masters is going to make a difference for everyone, but certainly for him, having had a bit of a head start on some of the others, it could really go a long way to getting in the first event. And then, of course, you've got a great chance of getting in the Players, which is for 16, and the Tour Championship, which is for the top 12. And they're all ranking events as well, so they count towards your world ranking, and that has an impact on things like tour survival.
Yeah, and this is Daniel Wells' first match here in Saudi Arabia in this event. So obviously he's on prize money at the minute for coming in this round, but if he doesn't win this game, he doesn't get the ranking points. So it just adds that little bit more pressure as well to these seeds.
35.
You win that first match as a seed and you feel like a big weight is lifted off your shoulder. Those ranking points are in the bag and now it's time to kick on, but this first match can be a banana skin.
$40. 41.
Just to say, Dean Young and Alfie Burden, it's 3-3. There's 1 point in it and they're on the blue. So that really is a tight old finish. You might, if Alfie wins, you might hear maybe something from him. You can get a bit emotional.
48. 49.
Again, Dan just taking an extra second, just making sure. Doesn't really need to do all that much, but control his cue ball now.
56.
More than enough reds in open play for him to win this frame at this visit. And it was an important visit. Don't want to go 2 down in a best of 7. I think that influences the standard an awful lot in these early rounds. You know, with it being best of 7, the prize money being so big as well, the players get very, you know, worked up about this start in matches. It's obviously very important. Oh, and he looked like he was close there, didn't he? Wow.
I did think so, and Olivia Martil was bang on the spot, so that could be massive because this frame has got a long way to go yet. 57, well, the foul makes it 53 in front, still 75 on.
Oh, I absolutely hate the phrase, but that really was careless.
On the pink or on the red? On the pink.
Well, yeah,
Foul
so
6.
yeah, 6 points because he was
6.
taking the pink on.
Yeah, it's foul 6.
So 51 in it.
It was on the pink.
Dwayne Jones seems a bit sort of befuddled by it all, because he was probably expecting the frame to be over. So what a moment this is then. If he could steal the frame, that is huge.
He must have known he was close to that red. I can't believe he's not checked it. The moment has just got away from him there, Daniel Wells. He must have been so focused on just getting this frame one at that visit. He's made a very basic error. And my goodness me, if Dwayne Jones can punish that mistake, this will really hurt.
Yeah. 7.
Yeah, I mean, from our camera angle, he certainly looked very close to it, but the referee himself couldn't have been any closer where he was positioned. He saw it.
Well, that red by the yellow will pass into the opposite corner pocket, so that's not an issue. The two reds that could potentially be the problem are the ones on this right of the table. If you can get on the one closest to the pocket without being straight, that would be ideal, because that would allow him to then bring the cue ball away from that cushion, back out nice onto a colour to leave an angle to get over the other red. Thinking a few shots ahead here, but that's exactly what Dwayne will be thinking. Just planning his route. You can see that red there next to the yellow will go to the green bag. Yeah, that's okay. So he's high on this black, which now gives him the option to get over this side of the table, in behind that red. Well, he's took the chance to try and promote it.
22.
And I don't think it's paid off. He took a gamble there, Dwayne Jones. Didn't have to play that shot.
Dwayne Jones, 22.
Because if he lays up on the red without playing the cannon, he guarantees himself a shot at the pot. By playing the cannon, he brings in the possibility of missing it and then being on nothing.
So relief for Wells coming back to the table, still in front. I can tell you, Alfie Burden won that match with Dean Young 4-3 on the pink, so Burden through to round 3. Marco Fu already 2-0 up against Liam Davis, who of course beat Ken last night. And Sunny Akani from Thailand, one of the real enthusiasts for the sport, great practicer. He's 1-0 up on Tian Peng Fei. Beat Higgins out in Xi'an, didn't he? So again, player with some good form under his belt of late.
And that's the understatement of the year, being a great practicer. I don't think I've ever seen him off the practice table.
Well, only when he's playing matches.
Well, Daniel Wells looking at this red to right corner, and there may be a little bit of value in taking it on. 29 points in front. If he pots it and gets nice on his next colour to then play on one of the other two reds, it could be a frame winner. Yeah, there was value in it because the only red he could leave was the one that he was taking on. Well, nice pot from Daniel. That was quite thin. Didn't have any control really over where the cue ball was going to finish. A little glance at the scoreboard. This black puts him 37 in front. He's looking for just one more red. Although he's ended up a little thinner on this black. Again, without much control. Just make sure you pot the black first and foremost. That keeps you control of the table.
Eight. Daniel Wells, 8.
Well, he needs that red to pull up. Now, has he covered it with the brown? Daniel Wells will be desperately hoping that brown has come to his rescue. I think it has just. Well, not a bad attempt from Dwayne. Got close to this, difficult shot attempt. Now, I wonder if Daniel will be tempted by the red to the yellow pocket. It's all he needs. And again, should he miss it, it's the only red he can leave. He's got the yellow and the black safe as insurance. There's definitely value in taking this red on.
Once again, the referee lurking because that black off the cushion. He's got to make sure he doesn't make contact with. Yeah, this frame could have been well and truly over, couldn't it? It would be deep into frame 3, but for that earlier waistcoat foul. Olivia's lurking. Well, at least at that pace it's come away from the pocket. Tense old stuff though, isn't it? Of course, Wells just needing one red here.
Dwayne doesn't want to try and be too clever here. He's just had a little look at possibly sending the white over to that yellow, just holding the cue ball and maybe pushing the yellow into play again. Had to control the red, and I don't think he has done. He may have left it to left corner. He needs the brown to come to his rescue. And this time I think it has done for him. That was always the danger, the red ball there. It always looked like it could go close to this left corner pocket. Well, you can see he's attempting the swerve just to hit the red and get it away from that pocket. So after 2 shots from Dwayne Jones, all of a sudden Daniel Wells' insurance is gone. The yellow was safe, it's not anymore. The black was safe, it's not anymore. So this frame is very much live again.
So close, that would have been it. He was on the black, but not to be.
Dwayne's playing this cue ball back down this end of the table. He's got to be careful of the double kiss. Well, so much so, he aimed on the extreme side of caution there, and he's missed the red completely.
Now,
Foul and a miss.
well, he's not hit the black,
Oh,
that's
well,
the good
still.
news, because if he had done, he would have needed a snooker. 41 in it, 43 on as it is. Truth is, every snooker match has its own sort of drama. You've seen innate drama, subplots, and sometimes there's a certain vibe between players. And of course, in this tournament, we get to see these early rounds. We get to see how the players are going to make it through the ones that do to take on the top players. Who's playing well, who's taking their chances, who's struggling, who's making mistakes. It's all part of the mix.
Yeah, great shot from Daniel Wells. He looked at that, fancied that to be a big pocket. Played it very nicely because it wasn't all that big. The yellow wasn't all that close to the corner bag. He had to catch it just right. He obviously fancied it, played it well, and it's one in the frame.
Yeah, 2 snookers needed.
One.
Otherwise, it's 1 each. It's been a bit more laboured than Wells was certainly intending before that waistcoat foul.
And it's been misspent energy, really, because this frame should have been long gone. We're coming up to nearly 30 minutes. Should have been done after 10. First frame was very lengthy as well, so it's all energy that he didn't have to exert.
Oh. Range almost 4.
Wow.
Free
How
ball.
has he missed that? That looked a routine escape, and not only the miss, but the free ball. Well, that was a complete misjudgment from Daniel Wells.
Well, brought the green into play, which can only help Dwayne Jones. Things can happen yet here. Not home and dry yet. One more snooker needed. 38 behind, 35 on.
There's a number of big targets on this table for Dwayne Jones, 2 lay snookers. But if he's going to get one, he wants it to be a good one. There's nothing safe though. Now, can he just top this through, avoid the double kiss and get in behind the black? That's what he's tried. And to be honest, he's got nowhere near it.
Well, he's got Jonesy on this time. Can't afford to leave the red on. Otherwise, that really is it. Could pot it, I suppose. Ooh, where's the black? Where's the black? Oh, well, he's got the snooker as well. What's going on? This is like a decider, Stephen.
Well, he played that, didn't he? What lovely control that was to keep the red behind the brown. Brilliant shot. There was all sorts happening there. I didn't know where to look at one stage. Oh, and he's missed it as well, Daniel Wells, and he's going to leave a free ball, surely.
Amazing.
Free ball.
Amazing. Proper Shredsville stuff. The man who christened that term, Jimmy White, he sort of flew through, didn't he? There was no such worry for him earlier.
I mean, if Daniel Wells loses this frame, from what's happened, the foul on the waistcoat, and then the fact he's needed 2 snookers, well, I'm surprised that Dwayne hasn't at least attempted the free ball. That green to middle looks on. Now, only time will tell if that was the correct decision. Stranger things have happened. Dwayne has got his chance there to possibly win the frame. Daniel Wells could hit this red, he could get it safe, he could fluke it, anything could happen. It's out of Dwayne's hands now. He's hoping that Daniel leaves it. And it has run safe.
Bulskareva's Hungary's representative on the World Snooker Tours made 84 to level with Mark Davis, the veteran, 3-3. Just about to start their decider.
I'm still a little bit disappointed, really, that Dwayne didn't try and win the frame at that visit, because it was in his hands at that point, and now things can go scrappy. He's now pushed the brown and black safe out of commission. A couple of moments ago, it was in his hands to do some damage, to potentially steal the frame, and now anything can happen. He's lost his good chance. I can see why he didn't take the green. It's probably deceivingly thin from where it is. On the screen, it looks relatively straightforward, but it was definitely on for him, and it was a definite chance to win the frame.
If you're just tuning in, you only need to look where the colours are to know what sort of frame it's been. Not one of them's on its spot. It was all looking straightforward until Wells committed that waistcoat foul when he was 57 in front, just needing a couple more reds to win the frame. Where's this cue ball? This could be trouble.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot that Dwayne Jones has played there. Plenty of right hand side on the cue ball just to widen it off the cushion, just spread it. Big target up behind brown and black, and that was a brilliant shot. And now Wellesley doesn't just have to hit this red, he's got to get it safe somehow. Not the sort of position you want to be in on a Saturday night. Welded behind that black.
Or any night, in fairness.
And now the misrule does come into play, because Dwayne Jones does not need snookers. This will be going back at pace.
Well, this is like an anxiety dream for Daniel Wells, made flesh. It's like the sort of snooker gods have said, well, you messed up with that waistcoat foul. You're going to get it now.
Yeah, Dwayne, thank you.
Yeah, played that one well. Marco Fui's just won a close third frame against Liam Davis. Sonny Akani 2-0 over Tianpeng Fei. And Andrew Padgett, he needed a couple of snookers against Ursenbacher. He was 41 in front there, Ursenbacher, on the last red, so 35 on. But they're on the blue, and Padgett's 7 in front. So there's been a lot of fouls there. It looks like it's about to go 3-all. Just needs the black, in fact. Well, in fact, the pink, but he's knocked it in. So 3-3 Paget and Ursenbacher.
Now, how does Wells get distance between cue ball and object ball here? There's a lot of traffic to avoid. If he plays across the face of the red and tries to get the red down this end of the table, he's got to be careful of the blue. Well, he's done a very good job there. Nicely played. Played it with a lot of left-hand side to just try and kill the pace off the cushion.
Thanks, Dwayne.
This frame again now, coming up to 40 minutes. Still, just the red required for Daniel Wells.
Well, as you say, it needs the red to get back to the snooker's required stage. But he'd be feeling a lot better if he could knock it in. It's not been that straightforward though, this frame. Yeah, 41 minutes just about already.
Oh, and this has landed really smelly for Dwayne Jones. He may can get a thin edge of the red, but it's no value whatsoever to him. Just wonder if he's going to try and play a delayed swerve around the blue, try and get in behind the red, send it down the table, could get the snooker back. It's a very tough shot, this. Needed the swerve to take late. He's played it pretty well. I don't think he's got the snooker though.
Hayden Pinney we saw on this table last night, he's back out, just about to win the first frame against David Lilley. Sanderson Lamb has won the opener against Zach Surety. Now then, this again looks a nasty business for Daniel Wells. Excellent shot again from Dwayne Jones.
Yeah, now this really is tough because that red is in real open play there, not close to a cushion, which, had it have been, would have made it a bigger target. in the open play like that. He's got to be so accurate here, Daniel Wells. Well, this is big trouble. I think he's trying to bounce this cue ball into the baulk cushion, possibly with a bit of pace. Referee needs to keep an eye on where these colours are. Well, that was a great attempt.
Foul and a miss. 20 on 6. Back.
It's got to be 25 minutes or so, half an hour maybe, since that waistcoat foul, which was such a big moment in the frame. Even if he still wins the frame, it's a big moment because it's taken so much out of him, or it will have done, to finally get over the line. Whereas if he'd won it in one visit, he'd be feeling great going into frame 3. The only thing he'll feel, if he does make it 1-1, is just relief. They're just making sure the pink's back in the right spot.
Foul and a miss.
So he hit the pink, he hit the brown.
20 on 4.
Now this really does make a difference. This brown has to be absolutely spot on. Even just a mill out, and it may make the shot harder or easier for Daniel Wells.
Referee has a marker who's got the freeze frame screen as a guide.
Yeah, we can just see out the corner of our box here that there's a lot of finger pointing from the marker.
Well, the screen that Olivier's looking at is quite a distance from him actually, so he's relying on the marker with the hand signals.
And it does make a big difference, this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's a great hit. He's been unlucky there, Daniel Wells.
20 on 4.
He had no control over that whatsoever. He was pretty much blind on that whole shot, playing away from the red, having to bounce the cue ball into the baulk cushion with pace to straighten it up. So, can Dwayne Jones knock in this red and give himself a chance of an almighty steal? Brilliant strike. He's just going to come round and have a look at his options here, Dwayne. The obvious ball is the green, position to yellow, far from easy. The brown will pass the black as well, which helps. That's now in play. They're all in play. Can he get this one shot right? Maybe checking the cue ball back down the table. No, he's going across the face. He's not hit it hard enough.
4.
So back to his favourite spot. Not Daniel Wells's though. Just 12 points in it now.
Well, Dwayne Jones, the only shot he may have here is to try and play this dead weight, just nestle the yellow past the black and try and get the cue ball in behind the black. He'll be hoping that this table runs pretty true. Against the nap, it could drift a touch. He's hoping it stays true, and it hasn't. He's up quick.
Foul and a miss. Daniel Wells.
There was always a chance that that could happen, but it was the only shot he really had. He'll be absolutely sick, Dwayne Jones, as he goes back to his chair, because he's going to be in a world of pain now.
Foul and a miss.
Well,
Wells 4.
things have turned back
Free
again.
ball.
This is another free ball. What a strange old frame. High scoring as well with all the fouls. Well, he's had to think about things, but he's coming back. Olivier Martial has been in the thick of it, hasn't he, here? Some frames, if there's a big break, the referee essentially is just keeping out the way, putting the balls back on spots. But other frames, such as this one, they have to really retain their concentration.
Foul.
Same
and a
result.
miss. Daniel Wells 4. Free ball.
Slightly different now, isn't it? Because he's 27 in front. If he potted a ball here, the 2 points would leave Jones needing a snooker again.
It's just been one of those mad frames, though. You don't, even if he takes the pot on, you fancy something going wrong.
Fingers in the way. Yeah.
Wells sportingly querying whether it's a free ball. Olivier Martial feels it is. He's going to check. Marco Fu's finished with a century, 123 to beat Liam Davis 4-0. Well, it's obviously tight.
Yeah, you're right.
And he's changed his mind.
My mistake. No free ball.
Not a free ball. Well, I mean, Daniel Wells didn't have to query that, did he?
No, every credit to him there, because as you say, it was to his advantage, the free ball, and very much done the sporting thing. Although I'm not sure Dwayne Jones will thank him because he's back behind the brown anyway.
Foul.
Well, now of course the miss isn't called because a snooker is needed. So you still, with the way the balls are, you just wouldn't be surprised if there was mileage in this yet. But we're back to a position we've been in a couple of times with Dwayne Jones needing snookers. Highest number of points scored in a frame, 195. It was actually last season, Mark Williams and Ding Junhui at the UK Championship. So these two have got a way to go yet, but they're doing their best to get there.
Foul.
Well,
And the other's
we're in the madhouse now, I think.
It's all happening.
It's all happening, says the ref. You're not wrong, Olivier. Yeah, I mean, he's on 93 points here, Wells, but, you know, he could still lose this frame from what we've seen. Well, maybe not now. The yellow's in. So, 37 in front, 25 on. I'm loath to make predictions, but he's in a strong position.
Dwayne might feel obliged to just carry on anyway.
Five.
Well, he's put himself through it, Daniel Wells, because after about 15 minutes, if that, he was on 57. He was looking good where the balls were to win the frame. But in fact, it's gone on for 55 minutes in total. But I guess the main thing, ultimately, he's won it, and he is going to draw level. But there weren't too many like that. That was a real head scrambler.
$14. $20 and the frame.
Eventful, I think, is the word to describe that frame. It's been won, after all, by Daniel Wells, so this all Welsh affair is all square at 1 each. Welcome back to Riyadh. So a lengthy second frame there eventually went to Daniel Wells, the two players, not surprisingly, after a near hour-long frame leaving the arena. There are other matches on as well. I said Marco Food won. Stan Moody's won the first against Liam Pullen, and he's well in front in the second. Bushka Rebes in with a chance to win against Mark Davis. He's 19 in front, 3 reds left. Sudi Akani 2-1 on Tiang Peng Fei. Hayden Pinay 1-0 on David Lilly. Zach Shirty and Sanderson Lamb 1 each. And Andrew Paget and Ursenbacher. It's the decider 3-3. There's 4 points on it on the pink. Ursenbacher ahead, but Paget's potted the blue. And it looked like Paget was going to lose 4-2. Got a couple of snookers in that one. And he's got pink and black. We can't see that table from where we're sat, but he's got pink and black to win 4-3. He's potted the pink, Andrew Paget, so he needs the black for victory, and that really is get out of jail stuff from him, and a crushing disappointment for Alexander Ursenbacher. Players are returning on the main table. Yeah, they needed a little break after that last frame, but here we go. 1 each, best of 7, first of 4 to reach round 3 as Paget pots the black. So Andrew Paget has beaten Alexander Ursenbacher 4-3 on the final black.
God, that's fist pump central on table 8, I bet. How has he won that game, Andrew Paget? It is nervy, nervy in this arena. There is so much at stake. Prize money, ranking points, this huge ranking tournament. There's drama happening wherever you look. Well, I'm not surprised both the players took the decision to leave the arena after that last frame, which felt like it was never going to end for both players at one stage. It has ended, it's one apiece, it's now a best of 5. But I think just the way that the frame went just sort of killed any rhythm that either player had. But that opening shot from Daniel Wells
Stay there or stay there.
will possibly kill his mood further.
Yeah, and these matches, they could go like this, I think, late at night. I mean, it's 11:30 local time. The players have waited all day, of course, to get on the table, done their practice, but it's basically hanging around. And it's just that feeling late at night, things start to sort of unravel a bit. But Dwayne Jones, crucially, okay, didn't win the last frame, but he really made Wells earn it. And he now looking to profit here in frame 3.
Needs to find a bit of rhythm, Dwayne. Just get going again, get back into his stride. Very easy when frames and matches go like that previous one. You can almost get in the way of yourself. Just overthink things, look for problems. Just almost let the balls dictate the table and dictate your tempo. Dwayne's got a good chance now. What he'd do for a 50-60 break here, just to set himself up again.
Well, that's the great thing about snooker. I think you know, no two frames really are the same, and don't be surprised, you know, if this is won quickly with a sizable break. Certainly capable of doing that. Just to say, Revej and Davis, they're on the yellow, and Revej is 14 in front, so that's another nervy old finish coming up.
Tell you what, everyone's going to need a week off after this tournament. The amount of energy the players are spending here is so tense. I suppose if you win the event, you probably deserve a week off. You can certainly afford one.
Yeah, the tour actually moves on, doesn't it, to slightly less glamorous surroundings of Brentwood in Essex for the English Open. That's always well supported, that event, by the audience. It's going to start on the Thursday. They're going to have the pre-qualifying at the venue, and then sort of main stage starts the next Monday.
$32.
Very first tournament of the season that we saw Dwayne Jones involved in was Championship League, and we was both there that day. It was a strange old group, that, wasn't it, with him, Andrew Paget, David Gilbert. They all finished level on points. 4 draws in the group. I think Dwayne ended up finishing 3rd in the group, didn't he, with unbeaten all day. It went down to high break. It was incredible.
Yeah, it's obviously a different format because you can have draws and it can be decided on high break.
$40. $41.
So far so good for Dwayne Jones. Got 2 or 3 reds available that he can play on here.
Say that
48.
Bulsky Revers has potted the yellow, green and brown, so he's 23 in front on the blue. Mark Davis needing snookers. It's looking like a great win for the young Hungarian. Played Ronnie O'Sullivan last week in Xi'an.
49.
Put up a good showing there, even though he was beaten. But anyway, he's potted. As I say, he's 18 in front with 13 on. He's potted the blue, so it looks like Revers is into round 3. To win a decider against Mark Davis, all the experience he's got, you know, he's been on tour 33 years. It's Revers' first season. That's good going. 4-3 Revers confirmed.
Yeah, another great player from Europe. We had a Q Tour event over in Budapest in Hungary a few seasons ago. Fantastic setup they had, great city as well, and no doubt Revers has come through the academy of players there.
55.
Great to see him have a run. I quite like him. I've got a little bit of a soft spot for him. He's got a little bit of arrogance about him, but in a good way. Backs himself. As Dwayne Jones misses the red down the rail. So 55 points to the good. We saw in the previous frame his opponent Daniel Wells with a 50-odd point advantage. We all know how that one went. Can Daniel Wells get himself in here? Yeah, that's a great opener. Now he's got to go into these reds. Can he dig deep enough on this cue ball to get into the pack? If he gets this one shot right, could be a brilliant chance to steal the frame. But he really does have to dig into this white. He's got to get some work on it. Doesn't want to miss the pot as well. And he has missed the pot. He's got the cannon, but it wasn't a good cannon. And the black, I think, has helped him out massively.
Just looking ahead to tomorrow, some terrific matches actually all around the arena. We've got first up Stuart Bingham, Xing Zihao, but also Tepchara New Artemis Zizins, of course he's the Latvian who made that 137 in the decider of his match earlier. Chris Wakelin has been out here a couple of days just soaking up the atmosphere. He plays Robin McGuigan, who's had a couple of deciders so far. The likes of Ricky Walden, Anthony McGill coming in. Joey Jimmy White will be the main match in the next, after the first one in the afternoon. Hossein Vafai coming in, Matt Selt, Joe Perry plays Ben Wollaston, and then later on we've got Jack Lazowski, we've got Neil Robertson, the likes of Zhou Yulong, Noppen Senkarm, so there's some big hitters coming in. Remember the top 16 start on Tuesday, so basically after tomorrow the winners of the matches tomorrow will play each other, and then we have the 16 players to play the top 16.
And as we said at the start of play yesterday morning, before a ball had been hit, I was very keen to keep an eye on the players lower down the rankings, the ones that could potentially get on a run this week and earn themselves a few quid and some valuable ranking points. There could be a massive reshuffle come the end of this week. And you can definitely see how much it means to the players. You know, this isn't the first match we've seen in this event so far that has gone very scrappy. It means so much to the guys that are playing. But as these better, higher ranked players start to filter into the event, the standard will naturally increase. But as I say, these ranking points are so big. There's pressure for everyone this week. Again, we'll reiterate, there's 7 players that, in winning this event, could go to number 1. But whoever wins the tournament, any player on the tour, will go into the top 16 in the world. So it really is career changing.
There's a match just about to start on table 4. Jonas Luz from Brazil against Yang Zheng from China, so it's clearly not going to be an early finish there, starting at midnight. Now Wells 54 behind. The ball's in good positions. If you can knock this first one in.
One.
Stan Moody 2-0 over Liam Pullen. And Hayden Pinney just about to go 2-0 over David Lilly. Sanderson Lamb 2-1 over Zach Surety. So still quite a bit of mileage in these matches, and indeed another one's just started. Amir Sarkosh from Iran against Ross Muir.
Eight.
Big visit if he could steal the frame here. It just really puts to bed what happened in the last frame. And let's not forget, he did win the last frame. It's just that it took a lot of winning.
Nine.
But I guess this is where the good mental sort of attitude is shown, the good place he's in does come into play. He's just had that great week in China, got to the semi-finals, was in a steam company, got, you know, a good few quid in the bank as well as a result, and a lot of confidence on board.
40.
And he'll know this is a really good chance. Daniel Wells, there's nothing really safe on this table. The red beneath the black, the obvious one, but even that's not too bad. All about cue ball control now and temperament for Daniel Wells. And he's just going to mess the table up a fraction in potting this pink. Its own spot occupied. So it'll go up onto the yellow spot.
$21. $22.
So choosing to take it out early
29.
This could be the key shot now. He's perfect on this red, doesn't need to be doing too much with it. Now we'll have one eye on the yellow. Pot the black. Remove these two reds from the table. And then look to land nicely on that yellow to get nicely on the green. Oh, but he's overcut the black.
Daniel Wells, 30.
A sickener for Daniel Wells from nowhere.
Yeah, he missed one, didn't he, to the opposite corner earlier on in the frame, but that really was a big mistake, and he's really just handed the frame to Dwayne Jones. He's already 24 in front. So red colour red should do it.
1.
Oh, he's not stuck to the red, surely. Wow.
8.
Well, it's sort of been that kind of night, hasn't it? Had so much room just to get on it.
Dwayne Jones, 8.
Not there yet. 32 to the good, 35 on. That should have been 2-1.
Yeah, even when you think something can't possibly go wrong here at this game, quite often it does. Dwayne Jones played into a massive area there, and the one place he landed was the one place he didn't want to land. And he's got close to that, but it's stayed over the hole. Now he needs the blue to his rescue. He turns away quickly. I'm not convinced that this blue has saved him here. Daniel Wells may be able to get through to this red, and if he can, it's another chance for a steal. Oh, and he's potted the red and he's lost the cue ball.
Well, he's going to have to pot the blue, I think, here. He'd be 26 behind with 27 on if he could knock it in. Oh, he got close, but he's missed it. He's left the yellow, and he has not conceded the frame. I thought he might have given them the nod. He hasn't. I suppose after the sort of match it's been, why would you? Because there might be another chance. But if Dwayne Jones can pot the yellow, then surely he's 2-1 up. Yeah, I mean, he was close to this, but he put himself under it. The fact he had to play it. Well, in fact, Daniel Wells has now conceded from his seat, so another frame where there were definite mistakes, chances on both sides, but it is Dwayne Jones back in front at 2-1. Well, there's the lovely trophy that will be presented a week today, actually. A lot of snooker, of course, to be played before then.
Frame 6. Daniel
the
Wells.
battle on the bays, and the battle has been joined very much by Dwayne Jones. That 75 break from 71 behind was really excellent. He leads 3-2, he needs one, Wells needs them both.
That the sort of break that Dwayne has just made that could really knock the stuffing out of you. Could quite possibly have broken the back of this match. We will soon find out. So, chance at the long red for Daniel Wells. Just coming to have a look at it. He could play it and fully commit. Pot the red and hold for the black. Just have the option to play around the back of the black and red though. He's fully committed. He's got very close, but not close enough.
One.
Yeah, nice opening red, because that was quite awkward queuing. He's already came round to have a look at these reds at the back. He may feel that one passes to right corner. If it does, it will open up another to left corner. Yeah, you can see there it clearly goes, that red. So in removing this, opens the red to left. So you've got 3 or 4 reds in open play here. Dwayne Jones, before he really has to consider going into the pack.
Nine. $16.
On table 6, David Lilly has pulled another one back, so it's 3-2 to Hayden Pinney in that one. Still 7 matches being played, including this one we're watching here.
17. $24. $25.
Well, he's gone into the reds there.
32.
And he may have pushed on one for left middle. No touching ball declared, so he should be able to get through to this red. It's a little jabby one though, because he's quite close to it. But he's got an angle enough to play on the black. Just needs to pick his line and commit to it. Just trust it. Need to get the cue out of there quick as well when he hits this. You can see him just strike it and pull out really quickly. That's a good shot. Just watch his cue there as he delivered the cue. He struck the white, pulled out quickly to avoid any double hit. Yeah, and another good cannon. Red to left corner, then opens up another one to right corner.
40.
Pushed another one open as well. So from that break of 108 from Daniel Wells and then the break in the next to get himself 71 points in front, Dwayne Jones has really turned it on.
41.
Yeah, I mean, it was very messy early on, but they're terrific players, of course they are, and, you know, credit to both of them. They've raised their games quite considerably towards the end of this match.
And it's easy to forget as well, you know, when you're on this session late at night, you're never quite sure when you're actually going to get on, so there's possibly a lot of waiting around in the Players' Lounge pre-match. And of course you've been waiting all day. Where's this yellow going? Oh, it stayed out, and a miss from absolutely nowhere from Dwayne Jones.
Well, you said, didn't you, and I agreed, it just seemed destined to go all the way, and Daniel Wells can certainly now eat into this deficit. 41 points, there's the miss again. Zach Surety and Sanderson Lamb 3-3 out on table 7. So Surety's fought back there from 3-1 down.
One.
So he does have a red available at the back of the cluster into right corner, sorry. He's just going to drift past, try and check that cue ball up slightly off the cushion. Yeah, he's perfect. In bottom it may open another to left corner. He can pretty much put his cue ball anywhere he likes here, Daniel Wells, on this next black.
Seven.
Well, he would have liked that cue ball to have run on. This red is quite thin. Yeah, you can see from the overhead, it's very thin. So you can just give everything to the pot here. Just top of the white, drift it across the face of the black for the black into the same pocket. Oh, he's missed the red. Has he covered it? I think he has. But a slight swerve may be possible for Dwayne Jones. Well, no swerve available, but a trick shot. Cushion across the black, pot the red. Has he got a nice enough angle on this black to play on that red at the back of the pack into left corner? Oh, there's your answer. No. I think he may just have slightly too much angle as well to try and top it round 2 into the reds. So there really isn't all that much he can do with this, Dwayne Jones. And that's why he's just taking the points.
Yeah, I guess it's not been the sort of match where it was just straightforward enough to win it there. I can tell you Tian Pengfei's gone 3-up on Sonny Akani, who led 2-0. Some real battles going on now on the other tables. Still 2-1 Stan Moody over Liam Pullen. That's become a bit of a marathon. Ross Muir 2-0. Only 23 points scored in that frame against Amir Sarkosh, so late finishes beckon. Of course, it's not just the players, it's the referees, the officials, the venue staff.
Foul and a miss. Dwayne Jones 4.
Well, that is potentially fatal.
That is a head scratcher, Dave. Look at this, he had loads of room to get past that green. I thought the blue was maybe the problem there.
Well, Dwayne Jones back at the table, 39 in front.
Dwayne just steadying himself, and I'm not surprised because he probably feels like this could be frame ball. Yeah, and he's played it well. Not just the pot, but the consideration for the cue ball. He was flirting with that middle pocket. You can see he gets close, but in avoiding the in-off, he's found himself perfect on the blue. Took the chance to go into them, and it was the correct decision because he felt like it couldn't go wrong, that cannon. He's on a red.
6.
Just very quickly, the Ross Muir match, as we see this again, the scoreboard is frozen. He's actually 3-0 up, so it wasn't quite as slow going as I thought. Anyway, Dwayne Jones, slightly hampered, but it's in his hands now to get this one.
Seven.
That clearance he made was really of the highest quality. And if he does win the match, the two together, got to give him so much confidence tomorrow when he would play Zhang Gudong.
Yeah, because this game isn't always about making the big breaks. Of course, the modern game is very much about heavy scoring. But on the odd occasion, that steal can be so important. Took a lot of bottle to stand up there and make that clearance. You know, if he's playing well, he probably makes that clearance all day long, but the way this match has gone, he didn't necessarily fancy it. Obviously Dwayne did, and he took him out beautifully, and now he's got the balls at his mercy for a big, big win. For bragging rights in Wales.
15.
Yes, it's a reminder of how tough the tour is. Last tournament, Daniel Wells was in the semi-finals alongside Kyron Wilson, Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump. But it looks like he's about to bow out in his first match here in Saudi Arabia. snooker's required already, so Dwayne Jones has really stepped it up in this latter part of the match. And this will be a very satisfying win. They are old friends, but of course it was all business on the table. Well, as I say, snookers are required, but Daniel Wells has got to play on. So it's not quite done yet. He nearly lost the second frame, of course, after Dwayne Jones had needed various snookers, got them.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to take the more difficult of the reds. Needs to stay on the black. Yeah, and that's a good pot. Right, he'll be leaving the red beneath the black now, because that is a good ball to leave there to lay the snooker. And if he can send the red up into baulk, preferably somewhere near the pink or brown, get the white in behind the black, there could be a real chance that Daniel could get these penalty points and the possibility of a free ball. And with the yellow over the pocket, he'll definitely be taking it. So just working things out now, Dan. Pot this black, leave himself the guaranteed snooker. Make sure he controls the object ball. Dwayne Jones will not be sitting comfortably.
60. On your well, 16.
Stan Moody 3-1 up against Liam Pullen. Tian Peng Fei looking good to beat Sonny Akani 4-2.
Well, if he hasn't got the snooker here, Dan, he may have left a thin edge, but even if he hasn't, it's an easy escape for Dwayne off the baulk cushion. Well, he could see plenty of the red, and he may be in a snooker himself.
Yeah, it's just not that sort of match where it's just going to end like that. It's going to be a bit more pain here. Well, certainly Daniel Wells hopes so. Well, he's lost control now of this exchange, Wells. 43 behind, 35 on. So 2 4-point snookers. Obviously the free ball with the red would make a difference, but it's given Jones the chance to put him in trouble.
And sometimes when you're just so desperate to get over the line in a match, it's very difficult to see any shot. Dwayne is just looking for any sort of possibility to go for this red now. Just wants to get out of here as quickly as possible. This match has been grueling. The first 3 frames took pretty much 2 hours.
This could be good. Well, no, he needed to miss the pink coming behind it. Well, I think it's ended up a snooker, which doesn't favour Daniel Wells.
See there, Dwayne just having a little giggle to himself because he fluked the snooker. I think Wellesley was just having a little bit of a moan about that. Bit of good run. It's all got very edgy, very nervy this match.
Another chance. People this morning trying to get Oasis tickets. I think we'll sympathise with Dwayne Jones here. Waiting and waiting and waiting. Still not done. But again, Wellesley snookered.
Yeah, it's not an easy escape either. If he doesn't hit this red, there could be a swift handshake.
Foul. Dwayne Jones 4.
Not a free ball, according to the referee. Yellow was over the pocket if it was. Finally, the winning ball goes in at 3 minutes past 1 in the morning. It was a real battle. There were moments of quality, though. Wells had the century, but in the penultimate frame, that clearance from Dwayne Jones really did make the difference. So the all-Welsh affair ends in victory for Dwayne Jones. 4-2. He's into day 3 of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters.
What a war of attrition that match was. Absolutely captivating. 6 frames in the end. And in reminding ourselves for the first part of the evening session, 7 matches to bring you up to date on. And in fact, in terms of the 7 men that have made it through, 4 are teenagers. We have Gong Chengzi, 17 years of age. Ben Mertens, 19 years of age. Bolshu Revesz, 17 from Hungary. And not to mention Andrew Paget, Paul Deville and Alfie Burden as well. And just to remind you of the 4 matches that have taken place on the course of the table that you see the referee clearing up behind us there. There have been 4 matches. It was an afternoon of the veterans, Jimmy White and Anthony Hamilton, and then another Anthony in the form of Kowalski, a very confident young man, and finally Dwayne Jones upsetting the bookies there. Ken, not many people would have called that at the start of this day.
No, not at all, and particularly after Daniel Wells had such a good run in Xi'an only less than a week ago. So yeah, great win for Dwayne Jones. I mean, that'll do him the world of good. It's always difficult when you're playing someone from your own country,
right?
Because these guys would have grown up together. So it was a difficult match for both of them. Obviously, the favourite would have been Daniel Wells, but I thought Dwayne Jones played really well, and that 5th frame was such a massive frame to win. From 70 odd behind to win that frame, pinch it. That was a great clearance, and he was a worthy winner in the end.
Dwayne Jones, massive congratulations. It was a long match. It was captivating. How was it for you?
It's tough, Daniel's such a good all-round player, He was scoring well. He was playing some good safety, and he was putting me under pressure, It was only like 2 or 3 balls he missed, and apart from that, I don't think he'd done a lot wrong, to be honest.
Ken was alluding to the fact that it's tough playing someone you know so well.
Yeah, exactly. It's always hard. I always found it really difficult, playing anyone for Ireland. You grew up with Daniel, and there's a lot of other Welsh boys in the tournament. It's always a little bit different. There's always a little bit more pressure, even though you get on so well.
Yeah, it was strange, really, because normally, like, when you play just a regular match, you're on the practice table, you don't speak to your opponent.
Yeah.
10 minutes before me and Daniel was having a conversation. It is tough, and then you've got to try and switch on then when it goes to the match table. It is tough,
How massive was that 5th frame, though? I mean, what a clearance.
Do you know what? I could just feel it slipping away.
I
thought, I had I think it was a long red. I thought, if I pot this and get on the black, there's a chance. I could just feel it slipping. I thought, I think I'm just going to go full ons for it here and just see what happens.
Oh, brilliant.
It was a real tribute to Ray Reardon, the grinder, a man just absolute granite on the table. That's what you both showed there.
Well, it's such a big tournament. There's so many ranking points at stake. There's so much prize money at stake, and such a nice place to be. You just want to be involved with it as long as you can. So you're just fighting tooth and nail to stay in the tournament as long as you can.
A huge opportunity for players just like yourself in the sort of the 90s. Actually, already you'll have moved quite far down.
Well, it was only like 6 months ago I was off the tour. I was playing in Q tours all season, all around Europe. Not sure if I was ever going to play professional snooker again. So, now that I'm back on it sort of renews your perspective, and try to relish it and enjoy it more, because, when it gets taken away from me, it was tough.
Yeah. But what about this tournament? I mean, what a wonderful opportunity for a lot of players, particularly down the ranks like yourself. You get a couple of wins under your belt, and it can make such a difference, not only to your season, but to your life as well.
Yeah, it's life-changing. The money even in the qualifying is well, it's like another world championship, really. It's such a great venue. The people, the hospitality here, I've never experienced anything like it in my life. They can't do enough here.
This room is fantastic.
Brilliant. It's probably the best event I've ever been to, definitely.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Dwayne. Please go and give your mic to Ali. Get yourself some rest, a well-earned sleep.
I sleep well,
Well done.
And a reminder, please, whatever you do, make sure you do not miss the action tomorrow. We mentioned Graham Dott, who's gone through a 2006 world champion. How about a 2015 world champion in the form of Stuart Bingham? How about a man who's been to 6 world finals in the form of Jimmy White? Just 3 reasons why you've got to make sure you do not miss the action tomorrow. The quality of players keep getting better and better, and something tells me the quality of the matches will do exactly the same. Thank you to Ken, thank you to our commentary team, and thank you very much for watching.
You got a bar like me, you ain't got the heart like me. And nah man, you aren't like me, you aren't built like me, you ain't got the will like me.